Hiyo. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? You rocking it.
It was like 18 gigs for me, I think, on my PlayStation.
Blake,
Something crazy like that.
been repaired or even a simple bypassing on your man.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Brother!
I'm not carrying any dead bodies back.
I have the recessive genes.
I'm locked, loaded, and ready to make shit dig.
Blah, blah, nigga. All right, let's go.
Which is why I encourage all of you to go out there and compliment somebody. You know, I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! I'm gonna lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat Jason Statham, no!
Sucks I'm out of shotgun ammo, but there'll be more. You know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
Claire, run. Swell guy. Known him a long time. And then I looked, I asked him. You can ask anybody. I asked him, Joey, why do you hate Alchemy so much?
Damn, you're first. What did you do, Angel?
Like,
Right on, brother.
Get him out of here.
You are first. I had to mute this shit because it was kind of loud. And for some reason I couldn't load it up because I was scared.
Yeah.
What you on so early for? Because I'm on vacation. Error.
It's okay. Hey.
I took the week off because I needed a break and I wanted to play some video games.
I'll be here for you, okay?
That's why. Oh shit! I know, right?
All right. Whatever you need, babe. Whatever you need.
Wait. What? Where am I? Where am I? Where the fuck am I? Am I behind things? Hold on. Where'd I go? No. Why am I invisible? Let's try this one. Promise you I'm here. It's a video week 2. Yeah, that's actually why I took it off. That's my main reason. Thanks for remembering. See, am I in hell yet? No? What the fuck? Where am I? Hang on. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Let's see, maybe this will do it. And then I'm guessing if I... Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that. I might actually not be on camera at all now. Oops. Hold on, let me see. She. I think I fucked up. Go back to the fireplace. Fix it, Felix. All right. I might. Fuck. Hold on. Cam engine. Oh. Oops. It works. I just had the fucking screen on. Let me close this camera engine. I don't need you. I don't need you anymore. Fuck, I'm dumb. Fixed it. That's embarrassing. All right, let's go. Let's play this. Let's unmute this. And then go full screen and then... Boom. I only played this once. Wait, is music still going? Okay. I only played this one once, and I'm excited to get into it. I remember liking it quite a bit, and to me it felt like the best mix of like... Because I think I said this with Revelations 1, where it felt like a good mix of like the action that the series was heading towards, or already in, and then the horror that they kind of strayed away from. Hey, what up, Paul? And then this one feels like they dipped more into horror, but it still feels like action appropriate, you know? And then they had the little gimmick of like the partner character, like not really being the gun-toting one, but like a support, and you kind of shift between them both. It worked. I think it worked pretty well. I'm excited to play this one. Oh shit, I got the extras too. No, I'm not going to continue. I loaded it up just to... because it actually throws you right in. I didn't have a main menu. I was just like, bitch, can I change the settings? Because it's one of those things where I was shit talking you in Devil's chat and didn't realize you left. Oh, what were you saying? That's funny. Yeah, I had to change the settings. It's one of those games where it just loads up with like just whatever resolution and it pushes all my other windows on my other monitors aside. I'm like, bitch, stop. I have to monitor stuff. So I had to quit and go to the settings. Anyway, what special settings? Costumes. Oh shit! I was just trying to talk you into working for me in exchange for favors. Oh, favors. I could use a few favors, I ain't gonna lie. Should I go thoughty? The quotes mean sexual favors, by the way. Oh, I figured. The fuck? Urban Ninja and Rodeo. All right, let's do it. We're getting weird. I don't know. It feels wrong, right? Like, well, it's not my first playthrough. It just feels weird. All right, let's do it. Screen effects. Normal. Okay. I want to continue. I want to start over. Yeah, that's fine. How you doing, Paul? And how you doing, Angel? I'm off. I'm so excited. I doubt it, but I'm gonna try to finish this tonight. This looks like another weird one. Another weird Resident Evil. This one's actually one of the better ones in my opinion. But you all know how you guys feel about my opinion. But as far as like the context, the zeitgeist of Resident Evil, I think this is not underappreciated but underrated. Like it has the camp, which is nice. It moves the story along. Like I fully consider this a mainline entry. Yeah, I applaud the efforts to play all the games, but so far they're not all winners. No, they're not all winners. I knew that going in. This one is a winner, in my opinion. Not winners are Umbrella Corps. That can suck a fart out my ass. I fucking hate that game. Survivor 2 sucks dick. Gaiden was great until like the last sixth of the game. Survivor 1 sucks also.
Hey guys. Oh, hi, Claire.
Operation Raccoon City is not bad. It's not bad. It's weird, but it's not bad. This one is good. This is a good game. This is a good game.
Claire! Moira.
I also have to beat these now before fucking Moist Critical does.
Reporting for duty, Ms.
I saw he was doing also in every RE, and I'm like, that bitch.
Long enough that I'm allowed to give you shit.
Claire, could you,
That one we played was pretty meh. Multiplayer on Versus is always kind of fun, though.
Something's going down in Washington.
On Versus? Is that what you're trying to say?
What?
I thought it was fun once we got a full team, because that game is balanced for 5 players. If not, if you have one less, voice chat. Oh yeah, I got you.
Hey, that Barry Burton's girl?
Oh, you put VS instead of VC. I got you though. But
you've got to be careful if you're gonna.
Yeah, thank you for playing that one with me, by the way.
Yeah.
I needed people's. And it wasn't great. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. And it's definitely better than the other one, which is Reverse. I had fun with Reverse, but it gets old quick.
Anyway.
And I'm glad I got the all the trophies to show for it before they closed the servers down. It was okay. Reverse. I had potential. It was just very limited. Like if it had more maps, more characters, more monsters you could become, it could have been good. It was just
He pushes back. Wouldn't even be here
We
if I
played
didn't-
Resistance, and that one was pretty okay. Once again, got a little quick, but it's marked off the list now. Like I had fun, but I think that was because the group that played any asymmetric would be fun. Yeah, no, I totally get that. Which is why I wanted to play with you guys. Not only that, I didn't have a choice because nobody else was playing it. That's supposed to sound nicer than it did. I'll play with you because I have a fucking choice. Now this one's good though. This is the sequel to the one with Jill's perfect butt. Remember that one on the boat? Look at that. Look at that cut. Look at that cut. That was art. Never forget a perfect butt. Yeah, man. Jill's ass in Revelations 1 needs to go down in like the video game butt Hall of Fame. Speaking of which, Cyber was streaming today. I know I slept through it. But here's the thing. I will not be able to show up to anybody's streams Mondays and Tuesdays going forward because I'll be at work now. We're back at the office, which sucks, but it is what it is. So even if I was awake, I would have missed it because I would have been at work. I almost forgot I picked this stupid cowboy outfit. Hey! Just don't go in. But I gotta... I'll just have like forever COVID. You'll be like, guys, I tested positive.
Open.
And they're like, I know what's going on. I'm still coming up positive. I just keep showing the same test.
Where have I been taken?
Probably run. My company has a twice a week in office policy. I just don't do it. For real? How do you get away with that? Oh, I thought that was a flashlight. Moira McTaggart. You know what? Claire got a nice ass too. Hey, bitch.
Moira.
Oh god, they dressed us up. Yeah, for real. Who's gonna even know, much less call me out? You're pretty high up there, aren't you, in the company?
Claire, I just want to go home.
I feel like I'm playing Oni Shambara.
We're gonna get out of here.
CTO asked me about it one time, and I was like, "Yeah, I just don't do that." That must be nice.
None of this makes any sense. What did we do? Wish I could tell you.
Dang, Claire kind of like spilling out. I like it. Shit, Moira. I know you have tattoos. What do they mean? Oh. Whee! Then what button? It'll teach me. It'll teach me everything. I forgot how to play this. Like I haven't played it since it came out, and that's what 2015, 16, some shit like that. Joey, looking at butts is like CSI Enhance. Joey, looking at butt. Yeah, basically. We need to run it through our data imaging software. Enhance. 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 Wait, what's that? Enhance. I knew it. Also, I mean, look. Where does your eye go? Oh, shit. Oh. I thought that was Moira screaming.
Is there someone else in here?
I'm looking at this butt like there's evidence on it. I'm gonna wait. There's a joke there. I'm gonna leave some evidence on it. I'd like burst through there, like Nemesis. As a thigh man, she could thicken up a bit. I mean, I like thighs too, but I don't know. She got nice. That's a little pound cake there.
This could come in handy. Guess I'm on night duty.
Suit! Light duty. Like, bitch, for real, give me the flashlight. You're on follow me duty. Where do I go? This is where I came from.
I think there's a way through on the other side of the glass.
Ha! Those participating in the experiments must observe the following rules. The subjects must be monitored 24 hours a day, monitor the sensor for any changes, log its status every 10 minutes, dispose of any subjects showing signs of abnormalities immediately. Rules for monitoring test. Probably should have read that part first. Nice. So, oh, it was one of those Resident Evils where I can't, oh, it doesn't pause? Ooh, that's gonna be a problem. Where I can't double kick, like double tap to open a door. Like, press it once, slowly open it. Press it twice while already opening it, you fucking kick that shit open. Chloe's a badass. I know she's more of like the...
Give me a hand, Moira.
Because she's part of Terra Save by the time this one starts. So she's not BSAA. She's out of the monster hunting business. Now she's basically, yeah, Terra Save is what? Like Red Cross. They kind of deal with the aftermath of the disasters rather than front lines.
Stand back.
Oh shit! Oh, that actually got me. Fuck you. Oh, you bastard. It's not cool, man. And they're killing somebody over there. Actually, I can pause it. 1 second. I see a window that I meant to open, but I accidentally closed it. All right. And we back. I hope. Yep. It scared me. Oh, keep going. I got you.
Holy shit, it's gonna kill her!
I'm on it.
Come on.
Get back here. Get back here, you coward. Hold on, I'll be right there. I'm searching. You got him, right? Oh, keep him busy while I'll be right there. Holy Bunda, Batman. Yeah, I know, right? I'll make it hop over a building with this cake. What up, Dry? Oh, left stick. Fine. That's reserved for sprint, stupid. Lose or live. Oh no! Gina! After all we've been through together. Okay? Were you hurt? I'll kiss it better.
Did you know her?
Yeah. She's with Terra Save. Why would anyone do this?
I can hear the wind out there. This must be the way out.
Then we need to find a way through.
What kind of whack job would... Ugh, this is not okay.
Front lock. Ah, what'd I do? Alright. Oh. Silly.
Here. Hold steady. Okay. Almost got it. No! Well, that blows.
I remember liking the combat in this one too. It's been so long, like legit, like 10 years. Like whenever it came out. I want to say 2015, but it might have been 2016. some bullshit like that. Let me in. Moira, get in there. I guess I have to wait. Be patient, Joey. This reminds me a lot of the first Evil Within. Pick those up. Oh no. Open these. I need herbs. Actually, won't. All right, tight. Ruby. Speaking of Ruby, you know a game that's a guilty pleasure? That's like, it's not great, but it's fun. It's Wet. You guys remember that game? It's like if Mad Max had a freak baby with Terminator, Tomb Raider, not Terminator. Max Payne. Can't talk today. Holy shit.
All right, we made it. Key's over there.
Wait, I want that.
Ugh, this place reeks.
All right, when I get a gun, I'll come back for that. Uh-oh. Grab his gun,
The key's gone.
Do you, are you gonna use that?
It's more reliable than any person.
If you say so.
Hey, that's a Steve reference. They're coming.
Must have shook loose when the body fell. It could be anywhere. It's too dark to see. Shine the light around.
Oh, why? There we go. Looking for? Oh, I can't be doing that. Okay. It's the charge. I see.
You might have snagged on something on the way down.
Oh, there we go.
I see the key.
It's out of reach. Let me try shooting it down.
Hold on. Let me climb up. It's what? Where? Where? Ah, shit. Wait, hold on. Wait, I'm trying to stun. There we go. Okay, I guess. Okay, is they're saying run? I should run probably. Sorry, Moira. Oh shit, Moira, you killed me. Can they climb too? Oh shit, they can. All right. I'm gonna die. I forgot how to do the stun thing. Sick. Well, that's just prime. I fucked up. Oh, no, I didn't. Moira, you good, baby doll? What I wanted to do was shoot that thing. Like that blue thing. I know that's a target, which I gotta backtrack. Which means I go, honestly, back up where I was. Is this where I go though? The doctor from the side? Okay. I am going the right way. God damn it. Nice, Moira. Yeah, it said stun them and then follow up with a melee attack, which I tried to do.
It's going to end. Let's double back and try the key.
Bitch. Oh wait, and then she gets the crowbar. That's what I'm missing. I'm thinking ahead. Moira, you bitch. Keep flashing the light. Look at that face, though. Alright, I'll be good. I'll be good, I promise. Also, it's hot in here. I'll be right back. Let me turn the AC down. Oh, wait. It won't let me pause. There we go. And my controller fell. I'm fucking up. Alright. Oh, I can dodge. Okay. Well, now you tell me. All right, Claire, get ready. Uh-oh. Claire! Claire! Shoot her. There we go. Sick. Alright, I just switched to Claire. And now I also have to quit sucking. Is there more? Is he dead? He dead. Ah. All these are open. Get your ass out here, boy. Please. That enough to kill him? Is it? Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. I'm warming up. Then Moira has to search. That's right. Gotta find all the shinies. Alright, so I'll be playing primarily as Moira, I guess, because I don't want to miss anything. Ah! Fucker! How can he see me? His eyes are stitched shut. I think I saw some stuff in that one room too. Let me see. Yeah, saw a herb. And then do we share inventory? No. Sorry, 5 all over again. It's up to us to stop Umbrella. Actually, you're up, kid. nice. Okay. Yeah.
You need a gun too, Moira.
No, I really, really don't.
Yeah, you really, really
I
do.
don't do firearms. Not after what happened.
No kid.
Shit, I'm sorry. I
Switch.
forgot. Maybe we can find
No,
you
I'll
something
just
else.
be on flashlight duty or something. It's fine.
Are there any mods where they walk around while prolapsing? Probably not that exactly, but I wouldn't be surprised if
There's
somebody
something shiny there, but I can't make it out.
wanted to make it.
Let me hit it with the flashlight.
No, check. Check for me.
Nice. Blunt weapon.
Funny enough, this isn't a mod. This is her actual, like, unlockable outfit. But I got the complete edition of this, so she just has everything. Press R2 to use Moira's crowbar. As her melee attack, she can stun certain enemies by hitting them from behind. She can also deliver a follow-up to downed enemies with R2. Okay, okay. Right trigger. What are you playing these days? You just playing, Division 2 and stuff? Joey knows how to do 3D modeling, so there could be a mod like that. I don't think I've ever modeled a prolapse. No, I don't think I have. But I can imagine getting my little mood board ready. My little reference. Who dat? Who dat is?
Claire, you saw that, right?
Yeah, I saw something.
Oh. Alright, hold on. Give you this shit. Pass. Pass. Resident Evil Prolapse 2 HD. What? Oh. Come on, Moira, you're a big girl. You can lift shit. I hear monster. Alright, prisoners, stay in your cells. Honestly, I have this on PlayStation, but it was just convenient. And it was included in a bundle, I think. Sounds about right. Because if I played on PlayStation, I could cheat like I did with, what was, because I had, what was I playing? Because I already had stuff unlocked.
Who the fuck is quoting poetry?
Are you afraid? You can tell me. Talk to me.
What are you talking about?
Those bracelets change color in response.
And who exactly are you?
So much suffering. You don't even know what to be afraid of yet.
Well, what's done here? Let's check this floor out first before I move too far ahead.
Is she talking to us or at us?
Probably a bit of both. Ah. Gun ammo. Oh. Select. Improving security measures. As per the director's instructions, I put the fire-breathing bus in front of the exit. The flames this thing spits out are no joke. Even if several of the experiments try to break out through at once, they're all going to get fried, no question. Thou shalt not pass. So much for anyone else trying to escape. Good to know. Thanks, man. I need a gear puzzle. That's a cool little death trap. Night trap. I wanted to play that. I have it on my Vita. And I played a little bit of it. Dude, I don't know how to play Night Trap. That game is weird. Excerpt from Kafka's In the Penal Colony. Penal? It's penal, right? The traveler asked, he doesn't know his own sentence. The officer replied, it would be useless to give him that information. He experiences it in his own body. So it.
Oh, that looks comfy.
Maybe I should go to the second floor real quick.
Take one home.
Look at this machine.
Yeah, hold on. I think I'm going too far the right way. The right way. No, I'll be over there eventually anyway. Be fine. Let's check out what's in here.
It's not working.
The power must be off. Maybe there's a switch?
Oh, there's a gear there. Nice. Claire? Hold on, Claire. Arts box. This is a sequel. Those are in Revelations 1. Tourniquet. Oh, that's right. Oh, Paul, are you there? Might be. Getting your weapon. Yes. Use it. Here you can change the layout of the weapons in your weapon slots. Weapons that you've assigned to the slots are arranged. Yeah. Nope, I want to play this one. Joey! Player's right there, you need the thingy. You can upgrade and exchange your weapons at the workbench. Upgrade. Equip or remove custom parts to augment your weapon. Change. Swap out weapons you're carrying with ones you've stored. Damage level 1. The handgun. Duh. Oh, it's a 20% increase. It's not bad. I'm gonna turn off the flashlight. Button is it? Oh, wrong button. There we go. Locked on the other side? Okay. Alright, we gotta turn the power on. Miss Claire.
Moira.
Oh.
I'll give you a boost. See if you can climb up.
Alright.
Okay.
Go on. Come on. Give me the fucking boost! Some boxes will have to be unlocked. Move the cursor to find the unlock point. The position of the unlock point can be determined by the color of the cursor and the controller's vibration. A hint for the unlock points will be given on the first. There it is. Sometimes there are multiple unlock points. Find them all to unlock the box. Okay. Nice. Claire, I got you a handgun ammo case. Claire, I unlocked it. Not without my gun. Found Claire. Found Claire. Do it.
Maybe once we're outside, we can find someone to help us.
Keep telling yourself that. Be on the island, baby. What? Where? Oh. Of course it is.
I just want to get out of here.
Go.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yep. No! Fuck you. Kia! You alive? Wrong game, you look like a clicker. How do I avoid getting hit and grabbed by them? Like, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, I got the dodge, but they fucking do it anyway. I quit sucking. That's get good, as they say. Written in the dasha. Dear mommy, I don't know if you. I can't do Russian. I don't know if you'll ever get to read this, but I need you. They call us experiments. They torture us every day. Every day. What did I do to deserve this? Why is this happening? It hurts so bad. Every day I'm scared of what will happen next. Mama, please help. Fuck is that? Oh, hey, what up, Luna? How you doing? Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, fuck. Claire, do something. Claire, you bitch. I'm stuck. Doing good. Just want to join the server. Can I? Yeah. Does that link work? It should work. If not, I can send you an invite. It'll just take me a second to tab out and get you a fresh link. Yeah, my Discord's open for everybody. As long as they behave. How you doing? Oh, yeah, so you're doing good. Sorry. I chat when I'm nervous. Is there another one? Oh. We get him? Yeah, we got him. Yeah, let me know if that link works. If not, I got you. How's our health? Alright, great. Where it came from? This is where it came from. What's down here? Oh, that's right. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. There's some big ones over there. Fuck. There's a big guy over there too. Hope he stays over there. He ain't here yet. So the screen isn't flashing red, so I'm gonna take that as a good sign. But also, see if there's anything over here I can collect. That. Topaz. Excerpt from Kafka's The Trial. Kafka? Yeah, Kafka. That's the Transmorphosis guy, right? Turned into a bug or something. The man expressed his wish to pass through gates. Gatekeeper answered, "If you truly wish to pass through, then break the rules and go. But be forewarned, I'm but a lowly gatekeeper. Those beyond the gates will cause you to tremble in fear." Exploding ball. Yeah, I'm gonna use that on that big motherfucker over there. As... Yeah, we're gonna have to fight him. You up for this, Claire? Oh shit, nice. Alright. Oh, nice, it's like right. Yeah, I got it. It's right here. Oh! Get more customization parts, Claire. Oh, also, I should backtrack because I have this. Oh, okay. Fuck. When it said discard, I thought I killed it. Okay. And then, because X or square is the move. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. That means a lot. You're gonna cry. Don't cry, because if you cry, then I'm gonna cry. Hope you're having a good day. Are you a Resident Evil fan? It's literally my favorite franchise. And I haven't played this one in like a decade. It's actually kind of nice to revisit it. Because when I started streaming, I told myself I'm gonna play every Resident Evil ever. And I kind of did it like lazily. And then now, fucking Moist Critical's on it, and I'm like, fuck. He has more time than I do. More time to stream. So I have to beat it before he does. Oh, there it is. Alright, Moira. We're gonna be sneaky, because I think I can do a devastating melee attack. That's what it said. Don't look at me. Look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. Kia! Ah! Fuck. Come on, get him. Hey, what up, Dead Wolf? How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I can't read chat right now. Okay, alright, Claire, you're up. Swap. And then... Swap! Oh, fuck, he got up too quick. Get your shotgun. Boom! Boom! Oh, shit! You will start bleeding when you get hit by a powerful attack. While bleeding, you will not be able to run, and you will continually take damage. Use a tourniquet from the... Oh, fuck, I can't, like, pause it. I played, like, 3 through Village. All of them. Nice. So, like, original 3 or remake 3? Use a tourniquet. I'll try. Ah! Oh, thank you. She used it on me. Thanks, bitch. Thanks, girl. Where are you, dumbass? Get him. All right, high five, Moira. All right. Remake. Okay, nice. I had to check because there was a big gap between 3 and remake. Because I was like, damn, you played a lot. Because what? So after remake 3, we had. That was after 7, so we would have had Village. Did you play remake 4? It's really good. That's after Village, not mistaken. Yeah, what came out between that? 3, Village. Forgetting. Yeah, I played remake 4. It's so good. Like I'm excited. Like my list of games to stream is like it's small now because I played them all. After this, because I'm playing them in release order for the most part. I did kind of fuck up based on some of the multiplayer games and availability of my friends and stuff. After this, I have the remakes of 2 and 3. I got 4 remake. I got Village and 7, and then I think I'm technically done. Because then I want to do like the mobile stuff. Like there was an Engage port of Resident Evil Degeneration, which is based on that first 3D movie. I'm gonna stream that soon. And then yeah, the Java ones like Confidential Report, Genesis, stuff like that. And those are supposed to be pretty short. Like you could beat them in a day or some shit. Oh. Ah! She's a girl! Oh, motherfucker.
Thanks for that.
Oh, Oh fuck! I forgot the dodge button. Press A. Moira, get him! Okay, I'm out of shotgun ammo. I'll be here for that for sure. Oh hell yeah! Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the best franchise of all time. I'm out of tourniquets. No. Okay, herbs help. Oh, you know what's funny? I've been not looking at my map. There's literally an objective for me to go to. How do I get to the map? Make the map bigger. Is all I get. Huh. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I have let me see if it's still set up, because I have an actual scene for when I do get to the Java games. It's based on Resident Evil 4. Now, my resolution got fucked up, so it might not actually be lined up, but... Oh, yeah. It's like I'm like Leon from the remake, or the original 4, and then the game's gonna be right there, and then chat is gonna be over there. I'm pretty stoked for it. And then when I did Gaiden, I had this, which it also might not be completely lined up. Because Die Hard ruined my computer. Okay, yeah, the resolution got shrank. But ignore that. And I'm Game Boy Camera. Get it? And then I made this. Made this one. Yeah, damn, dude. Die Hard ruined everything. So for Christmas, I wanted to stream this Die Hard game, and it was like I had like summon demons just to get the thing to launch, and somehow like it did something with my OBS where like all the resolution got scaled along with the game to fit, and it ruined everything. So I have to like rebuild these scenes, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll get to it eventually. Thank you for the follow. And by the way. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I actually should go back. Oh shit, we got cockroaches. Oh, a good bug's a dead bug. You get me. We get you, sir. All right, I'm gonna go back to that one room because I need to be on the second floor because I think I missed something. Like in an effort to not miss anything, I think I missed stuff. The irony. All right, where did I fight that mofo? I mean, it wouldn't be Resident Evil if you weren't kind of lost, right? I think it was this way. Ah, whatever. I'll make my way back there. Yeah, I think it's over here. I'll just stay the course. Kenji, what it do, man? It is a party. You know what? Is it time for shoutouts? I can do some shoutouts. Let's do some shoutouts real quick, and then I'll get back to the game. All right, buddy, step into my office. Step into my office. Whoa, my frame rate. Anywho, welcome in everybody. If you guys are fans of JRPGs and friendly ass streamers, you guys should really check out this guy. Kenji Sapphire. The Office of Fire and Brimstone. Yeah, well, the official lore is that my friend Rooster Fiend, he shot me and I died and went to hell, but I got resurrected through black magic, so now I have like a dual residency. But yeah, dude, Kenji is a sweetheart. He plays lots of JRPGs, super knowledgeable. Yeah, he's right now, he was playing, last time I saw him, he was playing Suikoden, the original and the remake, going back and forth and comparing. It's just really cool. But he's a really cool dude, so I highly recommend his streams. Pretty cozy and just almost exclusively JRPGs, huh? Who else we got here? We got Deadwolf, literally my best friend. Variety streamer to the T. I guess V. Anyway, lots of Pokemon. Right now he's playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, as you can see. He plays, like I said, Monster Hunter, Pokemon. He should be playing Spider-Man, but he's not. Some PvP games every now and then. Big MOBA guy, but he's a good dude, and he has a cute dog. Right now he has a black lab. I think she's a black lab named Lamara. And that sweetheart right there is no longer with us, unfortunately. But that was Lilith, the sweetest dog I've ever fucking met. And then now, who else we got up in this motherfucker? Luna, do you stream? We got Angel Baby Girl X, a fairly new streamer who just got affiliated. Congrats. Lots of horror. She's a big Silent Hill fan, plays lots of Dead Rising. I think Dead Rising 2 is literally her favorite game. And big Resident Evil fan as well. She's playing Resident Evil 5 with her kid right now, which is really fun to watch. And they're almost done. She does lots of cosplay too. Like she was playing Silent Hill 2 remake dressed as Maria, which is dope. And she simps for Pyramid Head. So always entertaining. And she gets hype when she wins puzzles, and she's startled easily, and it's funny. So I highly recommend her as well. And then we got Feels Dry, who has one clip, and I need you to follow him. He only streams every time he reaches a milestone. I don't know how this motherfucker does a stream and gets so many followers. Probably because of this. I think he's entertaining and funny. His one clip involves me. So we were playing that one gnome game. I forget what it's called. And he was screen sharing my stream, and he clipped it. So he's like smooching me.
I can never keep track of when I hate Rooster and when we're bros. Oh no, not more than
Goofy guy. Who else is streaming right now? We got Brixie's up in this motherfucker. I know you're there. I see you. Wait, what? Oh, I'm getting a raid. Jay Conquers raid. Thanks, buddy. I'm doing shoutouts right now. Guess who's next? Brixie is the other half of Dead Wolf, and she's also very sweet, very cool, very talented, and her stream's been popping too. Lots of repo. I think she was playing Legend of Dragoon, but mostly Monster Hunter, I think. Oh wow, they're spamming the Beavis and Butthead. Nice. All the streamer friends. Yeah, all my friends. And then, last but certainly not least, is Oh No Bro. That's awesome.
They're breaking my sound redeems right now.
Nice. Hey, I know you. Oh yeah, it's Kenji. And next up is Jay Conkers, the guy who just raided me. Super talented streamer, big variety guy, big Castlevania fan. He streamed every Castlevania game, and it was definitely a journey. Right now, he's streaming a lot of the SMT games, a lot of the Fatal Frame games. He's got one more Fatal Frame left, and then he could play Resident Evil, which is I'm fucking waiting for. Waiting for it. But I highly recommend everybody give him a follow too. Pretty entertaining guy. Am I missing anybody? I guess I can give his brother. What's his name now? He changes his name. 20-minute power fap. This is his brother. He streams every now and then, but he's a very entertaining guy as well. He's also working on a game. I wish he was here. Honestly, I'm gonna make a bot redeem so that I could just shout his game out too. What's it called? It's right here. It's right here. It is called. That name is incredible. Oh, he changes his name all the time. It used to be Attila the Hung, which was fucking amazing. Also, let me close that. It is called Darklight Breach. Darklight Breach. Actually, I think they have a Steam page. Let me get you that real quick. Stay tuned, everybody. And I'll get back to the game in a moment. I'm sorry. I just want to shout all my twins. Darklight Breach. Yeah, here we go. Can I share a link to this? This might work. This should work. But yeah, no, he's making a game, and I'm looking forward to it. I got to play a little bit of it, and it is very promising. I'm looking forward to it. All right, let's get back to it. How's your going, Kenji? How's your day going? I worded that weird. Can we hop down? Not yet. Oh shit. Oh, can't break that. Can't break that one. All right, Moira, I'm gonna have to give you a boost. You getting ready for work, Jay? If your partner character goes down while you're separated, it will result in a game over. The partner icon will be displayed while separated. The icon will flash red if your partner is low in health. The icon will also indicate if a character switching is not allowed. Give simple commands to your partner. Oh, I didn't know that. Follow and wait. So far it's been chill, browsing through some new music and picking out the good ones to keep. What kind of music? I imagine you listening to like amazing RPG soundtracks.
What?
Run!
Are you kidding me?
Oh shit. Continually shining the flashlight in the enemy's eyes will blind them, make them vulnerable. Really? That was the easy one. Still coming? No. Alright, we're good. We're Gucci. How you doing, Claire? Talk to me, Goose. Some Revy Trance stuff. I do DJ streams. Oh, that's right, you do DJ. I never got to see that though. I've only seen you stream Suikoden, and you were doing Xenosaga. Yeah, Xenosaga. Hey, guess what? I modded my Vita and I put Xenosaga on it, so I'm actually excited to give that a try. I'm doing that, and then the first Persona on PSP. Oh shit! What hit me? Wait. Oh fuck! Wait, how? I'm gonna die. Oh no, I'm not. What hit you, Moira? Oh nice, anything Xeno gets my love. I played through the Xenosaga games and those were great. Even though that was high school, dude, and I don't remember shit about those. Alright, how are we doing on health? Let me check out you're orange and you are orange. So we're both kind of damaged, but we're not dead. Alright. Okay, we're doing okay. But yeah, dude, when is your next DJ stream? In theory, I do art streams, even though it's been several months since my last one. Really what it is I have to like allocate all my art time to a gift I'm working on, but I've been lagging. I've been lagging and slacking.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
I like this line.
Yeah, that was almost a Claire sandwich.
Does Barry tell everyone that story?
Well, at least we got power. That should help.
All right, we got power. Oh shit, that motherfucker moving. Ah, shit. I'm coming, Moira.
Hold on.
Coming on you, coming on you. Okay. Got you, baby. Idiot. I wish I could see more of the map. That's kind of annoying. It's like, do I go? Is it in documents? No. Let me check my controls. Is there a map button? No. Because I look at this. Blue can either be to the left or forward. It can go that way, or I'm gonna see if it's this way. I doubt it. Actually, it might be. Yay! Oh! Fuck! Wait! Wait! Let me tell you something! Let me tell you something! Claire, fuck him up! Part is over. shit! Oh, I tried to dodge. Oh my god, we're getting fucked up. Alright, I need you to get your shit together and dodge. Come on, 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 come on! Fuck!
Damn it. Hold on.
Oh my god. Oh, I can just quick use herb. Don't you touch her. Ah! Oh my god, just kill me. Nigga, I'm out of ammo. Bitch, you should be fucking blinding him. What's taking so long? Got him. Ugh. My last herb. Dude, this is terrible. This is not good. I need more ammo. And more herbs? No, of course I don't. Okay, who's bleeding? Nobody's bleeding, but she's hurt. Yeah, this ain't good. Oh, woo, woo, woo. Alright, it's totally my fault. I hope it's saved. Where's my last checkpoint? Hopefully a little further back, just so I don't have to waste my ammo on that big guy, because I totally could have... Fuck, that is kind of far. Nah, it's not that far. Alright, whatever.
What?
And then she's gonna get bit by... Oh, oh. Alright, we're good, we're good. We ain't even tripping. We ain't even tripping. Even though I do have to go this way, now I think about it.
Oh my god. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Alright, here's the thing. Stop getting hit by the doodad.
Everyone that story.
Well, at least we got power. That should help.
So, focus on blinding the motherfucker. Oh, also... I got exploding bottle, that's right. I got Death Star. Bitch! Ah! Ah! Claire, Claire, Claire! Claire! Claire, get him! Oh my god, Claire! Oh my god, Claire! Nikki! Nikki, help! You dead? Alright, we got him. It's over. Fuck, man. How you doing, Nikki? Oh, I'm still bleeding? Oh, shit. I don't have a tourniquet, do I? Oh. Oh, no. Bleeding stops eventually, right? Fuck. Alright. Alright, it's over. Cool. And now you're what? You're yellow, and I am... What's her health say? What does her health say? We're both yellow. What up, Nikki? How you doing? Oh, yes. Let me give Nikki a shout out. Everybody, Nikki is also a sweetie. She also plays a lot with Dead Wolf and Brixie. Amazing streamer, really bubbly. It's in her name, Bubblegum, and I highly recommend her stuff. Repo, Fortnite, cute shit, but she's good. She's good. She's one of the good ones. Boom. You'll see. Check this out. Check this out.
I left on my cough drop, but I have pickles. For like.
Speaking of Zara, I'm getting Zara love right now.
I said hands off my.
What are you wearing?
He's messing with you and said hands off her woman.
Oh my god, 25 more subs. Mike, you're crazy. That's so many fucking
Damn, you got 25 gift subs in a stream? I want 25 gift subs. I haven't seen those numbers since Cam was paying us to take our shirts off. Those were the days. Those are very profitable streams. Oh shit. Ah. Also, there's something in there that I want. Alright, I hope I don't die. Let's see how much time I even have to get in there. I don't have time to get in there. I can't do it. I don't have the power. Alright, what else we got? Oh! Fuck. Get him, Claire! Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Sick. Tight, 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 tight. Alright, hold on. I actually never checked out up here. What's up here? There's gotta be something good. Talk to me, Goose. Are they breaking out? Because I'm not worried about these guys. These guys are nothing. You're nothing to me. It's everything else. The big guys with the fucking pyramid head helmets. Alright, where was... No. You know, this would be a lot easier if the game let me look at the fucking map. I think it's this way. Oh. Because that's where I came from, and I think that's where I'm going. Yep. Right way. Let's do this. Anywho, I hope each and every one of you fuckers is having an amazing day. Happy Monday. I know that's a dick thing to say.
So they were torturing people.
But you know what? I'm off. This Monday's been fantastic. For me. Rate of fire. Man, it's not like I have enough shotgun ammo to unload. But my ammo or my accuracy also sucks, so I'll give this the shotgun. Oh man, that's a kind of a dinky boost anyway. Alright. Now I got the gear. Power Rangers RPM. Get in gear. Power Rangers RPM. Oh shit. Not that one. There we go. Got him. Look at that. Little rope-a-dope. Apparently this game does support co-op, but it's like couch co-op only. That's annoying. That should be illegal. This game came out like what, 2015? The year of our Lord? That is not allowed, okay? You give us fucking online. If you make this game a digital only release, you give me digital only friends. Okay. Okay, that's not good. Claire, shoot him. Oh shit! Fuck off. Oh my god, we're trapped. Oh my god, why did I run in here? Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
I'm on my way.
I ran away thinking, okay, hold on. Get up, get up, get up, get up. All right, we're dead. All right, just kill me so I can start over. Yeah. Fuck. Now I see why Cyber streamed this on easy. Yeah, I'm talking shit. because he talks shit. That's okay. I love him. In fact, another one of my best ones. Oh shit! I hit the mic. This guy also streamed through most of the Resident Evil games. Mostly just the numbered ones, and I think he streamed half of Code Veronica. But yeah, this is back in his COVID Call of Duty days. Literally one of the best streamers out there. I'm not kidding. I'm not just saying that because I'm biased. He's very entertaining, amazing father. You know, he's a good dude. But right now he's having computer problems, so he hasn't actually streamed in like a month and a half. Sounds. But he will be joining us for Resident Evil Outbreak File 2, and I'm excited. But I love this guy. We saw Superman together. It was really good, and it was fun. So check out his stuff. Cyber Lycan, you won't be disappointed.
Yeah, drone would be fucking money right now.
Yeah, that frame rate though. Okay, he's had an upgrade since then.
Go up the stairs and look into that building.
Oh, he's uptown.
Oh shit!
5-2.
Oh shit! Nice.
5-1.
Yeah. Oh. Nice. See why you clipped that. Good shit. Alright, let's do that again, but better. I don't want to die anymore. What I won't do is I won't run over there. Bitch. Get him, Claire. Alright, this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be a little tough, I ain't gonna lie. Why did I run in there like a dumb fuck? If anything, I should be running over here and hoping... Yeah, let me try that. Let me try that. Let me see if they can get cut up a little bit. Auga! Auga! Alright, we running this way. Oh shit, it's stuck. They knew. They knew. Oh god, they knew. Fuck you! Claire, help! They're all over here! Holy shit, Claire! Claire, no! Fuck. Fuck. Ah, this dumb bitch. Oh my god.
I'm on my way.
No, I'm not. Oh god, there's two of them. Oh fuck. What do I do? Fucker. No, bitch! Get out the way. I literally don't have enough ammo for this. Alright, Moira. I need you to get your shit together.
Are you okay?
And blind these guys for me. Claire, do something! Claire, you bitch! Ah, shit! Claire, don't just stand there! Okay, Moira. Okay, holy shit, that's good, that's good, that's good. We got one. Wait, wrong character. Claire, you whore! Oh fuck. Actually, it is on me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Die, please! Oh, hell yeah. Well, I got texts. I'm else I have a fucking heart attack right now. Oh, nice. Damn, dude. Sorry. That's dope. Sorry. Now I'm on the hunt for fucking herbs. Claire doesn't die. I know I saw something sparkling nearby. What is it? Oh, ammo is nice. Claire, you're gonna be okay, Claire. Stop bleeding. Whose dick do I have to suck for a first aid spray? Oh, also, no, I used that herb in here, didn't I? Still playing the spooky music. What was that herb over there? Did I get it? I did. Hold on, Claire. Claire, do you think there's monsters up there? Probably. No. Ooh, wait, is that locked? Fuck, they got the big guys over there too. He's being mean. Alright, Claire. Oh, are you still bleeding? You're not bleeding, but you're still fucked up. Ah! Oh, I thought he bust out. Shoddy! How you doing? Shoddy, like a melody in my head. I'm panicking a little bit. This game's hard. Wait, you mean to tell me I could have used this? Well, now what? Oh no, I could have. I should die and start over right now. Right now. Because I could do this. They'll be following me and I'm like... Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna kill myself. It's fucked up. I'm gonna do that again. It's okay, it's worth it. I was napping, Sawi. No, I know you were. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It'll be better. I'll be better this time. With more resources left over, because I have the power of fire on my side, which I didn't realize. You'll see. Check this out. Oh, fuck. I gotta kill this guy again? That's fine. All right, you're up. Wrong way. Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, we're good. How you feeling? How was brunch? Tell me everything. I know you started late. Die, bitch! Okay, alright. This would be totally worth it. I hope so. Ah, fuck. At least the big ones should be able to wait. Claire, fight, you bitch! There we go. Claire! What the fuck you doing? Oh my god. Claire, you whore. I hate you so much right now. Thank you. The fire was supposed to help. It kind of did, a little bit. Fine, I'll fucking do it, Claire.
Are you okay?
Could be better. Oh shit. Dog. Oh shit. I had a fat ass omelet and cheesy hash browns. What up, Sonny? How you doing? You get a shout out too. I know you're lurking. I know you're lurking, but wait. Oh, I spelled it out like an idiot. Hold on. Oh, she beat you to it. Wait. What?
¿Qué tan normal es que haya cortado con mi exnovio de hace
I did. Good
10
looking. I
años?
sure did. Oh, nice.
y 8?
That's funny. I think you got 2 shout outs.
Traumados.
It's cool that it ignores the space. I didn't know that. Also, I didn't know you spoke Spanish.
Weón, ya pasaron 8 años, ya, ok, sí es mi ex, ¿qué quieren que haga, weón? O sea, yo
Everybody,
no,
Sunny is a super talented artist.
¿no?
Very fun. Check out her streams. I order you.
No sé, o sea, no sé qué quieren que haga con eso.
I didn't know you spoke Spanish. Holy shit.
Hola, buena hijo de perra. Le dije a
That
mi
one
ex
up there
que
ain't
si
me, but
teníamos
don't worry
un
about it.
bebé.
Oh, okay. It was you. There you are. See, I think it did Sunny.
Uh-oh, are we doing a diss track? Snow. I don't think I'm authorized to do a diss track.
He goes by Mocha, but get in a bit war with me.
It happens. Yeah, she's a super talented artist. She does, correct me if I'm wrong, but because I know you do like streaming avatars, you also like rig and sell those, right? Thank you, fella. No problem. Thank you for the lurk, okay?
You got him, Snow. You got him.
This is great. Yeah, I rig him too. Hell yeah. I'm working on one myself. I'm trying to turn myself into a PS1 character, but it's tricky. It's tricky to Rocco, rhyme to Rocco. No, sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win this time. I'm gonna win. I'm a winner. Sounds sick. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I have ideas. See it. Hold on. I know, right? Definitely going to workshop some audio files. Cool. Tight. Also, fuck, man. Alright. This is the one. I got it. I'm gonna do it. Does the gamer win? Let's find out. I'm gonna win. Whether it's this try, we'll see. Run, Claire! Ah! No! Okay. Fuck you guys! Shit! I dropped it on us! Claire, no! Claire, fuck! I'm sorry, Moira. I'll come back for you. Wrong way! Shit! Moira, keep running! I can confirm this is not the one where I win. Holy fuck.
I'm on my way.
Moira, oh fuck. No, Moira, no, I need you. Moira, get up. Alright, hold on. I have an idea. Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay, grab it, and then turn quick. Alright.
Are you okay?
Stun him in the fire. Okay, okay. Actually, this might work out pretty well. Alright, that was scary and a little rough. Also, yeah. This bitch doesn't turn this in the direction I was hoping, but it's okay. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Cool job, BB. Thank you. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what's exploding? They have mines? I don't remember that. All right, I gotta find an herb. Build. Oh wait, no, there's an herb in here for Jill. I mean, no, you're not Jill, you're Claire. My bad. I called her by another girl's name. All right, we go. We in business now. Look at that. I did it. Gamer did win. Poorly, but, you know. It's not the... I was gonna say it's not the destination's journey, but that's a lie. Lie detector test is determined. That was a lie. Alright, let me check these, because there is some stuff in them. Music's still also in, like, holy shit fight mode, which is freaking me out. It's like I'm in a Saw movie. Oh. I got some ammo for you. Okay. Check these. I really wanted to try that salmon's egg benedict. That should look good, Audie. Alright, get in here because I don't want to kill you by accident. It did. I was gonna get it, but I wanted the omelet more. I love omelets. I fucking love omelets. Wait, what's going on here? Okay. There's more? Yeah, I fuck with omelets. God damn it. Claire, you're useless. Oh, maybe not. Sorry, Claire. I think I treated you too harshly. But now I have a feeling... Oh. Are they still coming? I hear them. They're coming. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Nice. Tight. Are we done yet? No. Holy shit. Through the fire and flames. Okay, man. They're kind of a dipshit, huh? No, I'm just being mean to her because I'm panicking. I think this might be the last guy over there, hopefully, though. Because Moira, the girl I'm playing with right now, she stuns, right? And then Claire has all the guns, so it's like I'm over here doing this, and then the fact she's taking damage, oh shit, is annoying me. Are these gonna keep spawning? They might actually. Hold on. Let me see, because I would like to loot those upstairs prison cells. I gotta add Sawi. Oh, you're fine. I have nothing to apologize for. Oh shit. Damn it. Honestly, they might spawn indefinitely. Which means I should probably just run for it, right? Do it! Stay in the fire, motherfucker. Okay, hold on. Here's the last round of them. Hopefully... I'm gonna give him like 2 more enemies, and if I see... Oh, shit! If I see more than this, then I know that they're just gonna keep spawning. Like, I'm gonna give him 2 more. I think they're just gonna keep spawning. Alright, let's go. God damn it. Claire, it's your fault.
Well, fuck that place very much.
Yeah.
Where do you think we are?
Hell, I think.
Said the poor lost soul as she lamented her
these stupid bracelets? Who are you? I want answers.
I am the Overseer. Fear requires an audience and a conductor.
Overseer?
You must go to the Vosik, where life begins.
What do you want from us?
Oh shit. Okay, guys. Actually, I do have to take.
Real nice.
I have to take a little break. We'll be back in like 10 minutes. I just have to go to check the mail, and I'm in an apartment complex. It's okay. I'll be back in 5. I'll take my car. But I'll be right back, guys. Okay, this is important. I don't want this thing in my mailbox. It's hot out. I'll be right back. Okay, it's important. I promise.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! Well, lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. Dicks. Dicks.
Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit. Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat takes a steak, the no!
Sucks about a shotgun ammo, but there'll be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. Mwah.
Check the DMs. Just sending me. Oh my god, you're wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie. Overnight. That looks cool. Want to watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis on my hand. Thanks for really offer though. Fuck was not on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was skill. I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. Got Lily Lotus playing Pummel Party. You got Pig Madison playing Quiet Pace. We got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3.
Oh, 8 down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit! That was a real scream that time! Fuck! I hate you! I hate you! Give me my knife back, bitch. Oh, Lord, they coming.
You the man now, dog, Sean Connery. No, one of my favorite lines in the whole franchise of 007 is the "That's a Smith & Wesson, and you've had your sex." And he like shoots it in the back twice. Like, my man. Must be dreaming. But this game is less Sean Connery and more, hello, baby. I'll make you Randy. I'm in a room full of gold bullion and bearer bonds. Must be worth hundreds of millions.
It does create even more backtracking. You can come for the price of $6.99. I mean, why can't I come and then get paid? Ground for the clock appears to be broken. Stop taking it all together. Is this not the one? LMAO. I mean, look at me. I'm already a content creator. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a good one, but I dip my toe in. And I could dip something else in, if you know what I'm saying. Let's give Tofu a shout out.
Dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, bleh. And there's like a pool. Oh shit.
This is amazing. Oh, what up, Salt? Do you go by Salt or Tofu? I've been teeter-tottering. How's your day going? Paint me like one of your French girls. Can I? Promise?
Without her face. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. Yeah, not only is like half my friends' grammar bad, they also don't use punctuation. So I feel like I have to read their text like this sometimes. Not naming names. Still would. Oh god. Heyo. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? You rocking it.
I agree with all city improvement plans.
I agree with Jay. Take that shirt off. Give me some money. Give me money, I'll take my shirt off.
Finally,
I did. You did. You did. But that wasn't on the table at the time. You're just being a good friend.
lose everything you worked for your entire life. But I don't have to tell you what that's like. It really makes me wonder.
Is that good enough for you?
Time you spent in that
my shirt's
army
off.
has been a burden to you.
We're taking a quick break. I ain't taking a break for shit. Alright, my shirt's off. I didn't hear any of that. I was too busy fucking stripping for you guys. Somebody clip that. Don't touch me. Oh, fuck. What? What? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. You saw nothing. I meant to do that. Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt.
Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time.
Lower difficulty? Fuck you! Well, lower these nuts onto your chin. Dicks. 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 Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt! Don't eat my butt.
It's the FBI, motherfucker! Open up!
Catch. Oh shit! Later, Prince. No, I did not. No, I did not. Ew. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? Thank you. Gang, gang. Gang, gang. These nuts. Gang, gang.
Fat chicks and steak them, no!
Sucks I'm out of shotgun ammo, but there'll be more, you know? Wait, what the fuck?
I barely know you, but you seem cool. Here you go. What?
I'd pay thousands to suck dick. What? I'd spend so much on BJ.
Like I did a sculpture of my, not my cat, but a cat. And then somebody said I really captured their pose. And I was like, thank you. Like it could be like the smallest thing. Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time. I like your shirt. Cool hair, dude, you know? Because then hopefully that makes their day a little bit better. You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
without her face. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. Yeah, not only is like half my friends' grammar bad, they also don't use punctuation. So I feel like I have to read their text like this sometimes. Not naming names. Still would. Oh god. I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Alpha team is flying around the forest zone, situated in...
Nice. Did Frank get first? Of course he did. He's like the best one, which was cool. So that party was a blast because I did amazing. Like I was undefeated until the end. Hi. Thank you. So it looks like the link works because Luna is in the Marvel Rivals channel. That's where we go when we rarely play, but I want to bring it back. I missed that game. But no, this was important. This was a big deal because I got a gift for a friend. It's a record that came in the mail, and I don't know the condition of it. They said it was good. It's just the case is a little worn. I'm like, okay, how worn? But it's the only one I could find, and it's a record that I know my buddy would like. He said he can't find it anywhere, and he wanted it. So I looked, and I found it. The one copy in the world. No, it's not that big a deal, but it was the only listing I could find of it. It's a mariachi band called La Tigres del Norte? Something like that. And there's a song in there called La Puerta Negra, which is the Black Door. Oh shit, this is in horrible condition. This is so faded. But as long as the record plays, we'll see. And I have a record player here. I'll check it out later. Ah. It's yeah. Damn, this is in there. I'm big. I'm strong, and it's hot outside. I'm sweating. Look at that. Yeah, it's in shit condition, but this is it. As long as the record's fine, which he said it was. He just said the case is worn. This came out in like what, like 92? Oh my god, yeah, this is gross looking. But as long as the record itself is fine, I think we could probably find another case. Because I hit Homeboy up on OfferUp and I was like, yo, is this for sale? And he was like, oh, I sold it, but I have another one. So I was like, okay, I'll take the other one. See how shitty this looks. Damn, dude. Fucking have this thing up tighter than insert condom joke. Yeah, this does not look great. But let's see. Okay. Okay, the record actually does look pretty good. Alright, we'll see. You're a good friend, Shotty. I try. It's so hot outside. I was gone for what? 8 minutes? I'm dying. Shee. Also, I forgot I have Fritos. So I'm gonna use these while I play. Fritos and bean dip, baby. Ah. That's the stuff. Put it on top of the box. I'll throw it away in a minute. Right back. Okay. All right. Let me see. What's up? Okay. All right. Let's go kill some zombies. I think they're called the afflicted. Hold on. Let me check. What are the enemies in Revelations 2 called? Afflicted. I knew it. All right. Yeah, bean dip is. All right, let's do this. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. Move my mouse. Oh, no, my mouse, my keyboard. Okay. Oh, thank the Lord. Green herbs up in this bitch. Just checking. See, I feel like I have to play as Moira primarily because like I'm searching, and then I gotta like fucking blind a motherfucker so we can save ammo by kicking his ass after we stun him, rather than just shooting him in his stupid face. Know what I'm saying? And then, how long is each episode supposed to be? Because I'm pretty slow. Like, I think I read somewhere like if you run and just do the objectives, you could beat this in 5 hours. But I'm like, I doubt that. This is me we're talking about. Not only am I bad at games, I like chit-chatting. I like checking the mail on stream. Close enough. Parts. I got a part for you, Claire. Right, pass. Pass. Sorry, I can't help but be gross. Look what they're wearing. Oh my god, that came out wrong. I know there's a... Never mind. How about the optional costumes? They're meant for perving out on. Don't cancel me.
Tell me we're not jumping this.
Hold on. You're jumping. I'm gonna eat a Frito. Hell yeah.
See? You can do it.
No, you can't. Oh shit.
I got you. Fuck you, Hollywood. That wasn't even close to easy. Listen, Moira, I'm really sorry. I know what I got you mixed up in.
What? Holy shit! Dick! Dick raid! I've been raided by Dick. What up, Dick? How you doing, man?
Bitches and moans and granny swears about everything.
Hold on, this is important. Hi, everybody. My name's Shattered Limit. I'm a variety streamer, but I have an emphasis in Resident Evil. And now there's a time limit. I have to beat the shit before Most Critical beats me to it. Hi. I'm Joey. You can call me Shat or Joey, it's your choice. First time I've seen you in a live. Okay, time for me. So I'm on PTO. I'm off this week, so I just figured I'd stream sooner. So, hell yeah, buddy. Dick record. Boom! Man, I got Dick Raid, I got Fritos.
Obviously, you
Thank you so much for the raid, man.
All the way deep.
Welcome in, everyone.
You gotta work around the inside. The
hey, Resident Evil stream. That's Resident Evil 4 under that menu.
Slowly move it in there. Don't hit
the shouty. Thank you for the shouty.
Be very
now for the raid. That relaxation and oh no, it is just cursed.
Don't but yeah, be very careful upon insertion of that Q-tip, because you
on your ear.
Really have to be careful with that. No, don't go.
Bro, you might need to leave chat rules say don't be a dick. Did I not? I feel like there is something here that says don't be a dick. And to leave the chat rules say don't be a dick. It's a rule in many chat rules. I thought it was a chat in mine. I'm okay with it at this point. Oh, I see, because he is a dick. I see what you're doing. It's okay. This dick has an exception. His dick is exempt. You have free reign to be a dick. It's in his nature. But what's up, man? Joey. What are you joeying me for? Is it because I'm eating Fritos on stream? It's because I'm eating Fritos on stream. But, hi, everybody. I love Resident Evil. I got distracted and I played many games, but I'm back. I'm back on Resident Evil. And I'm almost done. This game looks woke. Are you a nun or something? No, I'm a street ninja. Stupid. Look at that. We got a cowgirl over here. Look, hold on. See, this is Moira's street ninja outfit, which means she's like half naked and wears a hood and a sword. Frito-Lay Fritos. It is the chili cheese Fritos with Fritos bean dip. A sexy nun that will make me pray at her altar. I'd get my knees for her. Oh, Moira, or Claire, this is for you. Quick load. Ooh, nice. That's actually pretty good. Wait, can I not? Wait. According to level, is this a handgun only? Oh, I fucked up. Wait. What? Oh, hold on. My bad. I back with sushi. I want fucking sushi. Honestly, never got into the dip. Taste is strange to me. That's fair. That's fair. I also like cheese dip, salsa. Whoa! Thank you for the follow. ML Gaming 222. Do you stream too? You guys get dip? This is the good dip, not the tobacco dip. That's bad dip. That's also disgusting. Suit. What Resident Evil games have you played, Dick?
So? No, it's dead.
No, I haven't tried in years. You tried to shut me out, and it'll show nothing. Aw. Good question. Not 6 for sure. I'm gonna gift you 6, and you have to play it. Those are the rules. 6 is so good, dude. It's fucking stupid, but it's fun as hell. Okay. Play it with a friend. Play it with a friend. Don't solo it. But then it does kind of suck. But it is legit one of the best co-op games I've ever fucking played. This is the worst rule that you're not wrong about.
Right. This better work.
Fuck! Is anyone picking this up?
Yeah, this game's fun.
My name is Moira Burton. My coworkers and I were taken here against our will. I don't know where.
Thank you so much for the raid, man. That was really nice of you.
We have these fucked up bracelets, and this crazy woman is talking to us. Some kind of monsters have killed the others. Please, send help.
Hey, Audie, how you doing? Yeah, Audie, how you doing? Audie had an omelet today. I'm jealous.
Shit. Oh, one more time. My name.
I haven't finished the Revelations either. I fell off the first one because of an early bot. Oh, the fucking the quartermaster or whatever it is. It's not the captain. The Mayday. That's a fucked up boss. The first boss in that game is fucking mean. That's a pretty rough way to start. And on top of that, you have like enemies all over the fucking place. Yeah, I feel it. Apparently I only have one episode of the second game. Oh, okay. This episode? Nice. It's too early for that kind of boss? I agree. That boss is where boys became men. I'm sorry I died so much. That part was hard. Game. Use the bonus points. BP obtained during the campaign to acquire skills. Okay. Sub weapons. Use time it takes to use green herb. Firepower while crouching. The first shot after changing weapons. Moira's crowbar. Natalie's power with the brick. It makes it easier for her to stun enemies. That's a good one. And since I'm about to fight them, I might pick that. Just time it takes to save your partner from the danger state by half. Okay, that's kind of great. Increase attack power by 10% for all attacks for 5 seconds after switching characters. I'm trying to remember what else I haven't done. I played most of them. Did you play 8? Village? And 7? Dude, I'm really excited. So for those who don't know, I was doing Resident Evil 2 Remake in VR. I'm so stoked to play Resident Evil 7 in VR. Because like on PC VR, because VR was exclusive, I think for 7 and 8 on PlayStation. So I played 7 on VR, and that one is like you have to look where you aim. But on PC, I get free aim with my hands because they modded it. And since that game was already built around VR, it's less jarring. There's less like weird caveats and stuff. I played 7 and 8, but not the DLCs. I played 7 and the DLCs, except I don't think I finished the DLCs. Now I think about it. Like I played Not a Hero, but I don't think I finished End of Zoe, which apparently is the good DLC. And then I played the Road stuff for 8. I haven't played the Outbreaks, the Umbrella Chronicles, or Gun Survivors. Skip Survivor, except Dead Aim. Dead Aim fucks. And technically, yeah, technically Dead Aim is a Survivor game. Oh, ad break. Sorry, everybody. Enemy attacks miss more. Oh shit, easily during evasion. Oh, these have levels. Fuck. Momentarily invincibility upon crouching. Oh, I haven't touched any of the asymmetrical horror games that I tacked onto other games. There's only one, and it's Resistance. Resistance isn't bad, but you definitely want like a full crew, and it's better with friends. But that's kind of like a cop-out. Anything, like you can kick a can around and be like with friends, be like, oh, it's better, you know? But it's balanced for at least fucking 5 people, which is the max. Like, the moment you have 3 survivors against 1 mastermind, the mastermind wins. It's kind of mean. Hold on. After switching characters, that's not bad at all either. Partner characters can use healing items from greater distances. Increase the effectiveness of, oh, fuck yeah. That one. Because I'd be trying to blind these motherfuckers. What else we got? While crouching, that's random. My cat has a zoomies, and it's kind of cute. Let's do the brick, because I'm gonna play as Natalia or Natalie? Natalia, yeah. Natalia. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for Requiem. What's alright, Moira? Daddy's coming. Daddy's coming. I'm here, baby.
Please be alive.
sure about that? You sure about that? That's why? You sure it wasn't because after the thing that happened to me, no one could look at me without dying laughing?
You sure about that?
You sure about that's not why?
Love it. Thank you for the redeem. I love Resident Evil. I also love how like just how bonkers the story gets, but it always ties down to like, or ties back to like some sort of virus or fungus or bacteria, you know?
We've got some grown-up stuff to attend to.
Like, oh man, we got werewolves and vampires now. It's a parasite. You know? It's just, I love how they do that.
You can't just leave me.
No.
Also, just how crazy and like anime level it gets. It's like they still manage to maintain continuity.
I'm not gonna be any safer here.
I want to know more about Requiem and play a demo. I do too. Hopefully we get one in a few months. Because this is what? February? Did I see that right? I think I saw February. Is it this year? I don't remember. Either way, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it.
I don't have any. I'm a little baby. I'm a baby. I have no money. I can pay you in blocks. No.
This was my favorite. I'm a little baby.
I don't have any parents.
I love that show.
And I don't know why I'm here.
Broad City was amazing.
Just like she got my baby.
Hey little girl, do I gotta throw you up there or do I go the other way? Where am I going? God damn, this cat is scaring me a little bit. Is that it? Okay. Oh, there's more. Okay, there's more. Okay. Thanks for guiding me, game. Level design, am I right?
You're not scared of me?
No.
Is it Portlandia? I watched with an ex and we watched Twin Peaks and fucking Kyle MacLachlan walks in an episode. Kyle MacLachlan? Coughlin? How do you pronounce that word? Anyway, no, that was from Broad City. There's an episode where I think they dress up as like sexy French maids or something. And the guy that hires them, he's like, I'm sorry, I can't pay you. I have no money. I'm a little baby. I'm like, hey, bro, you better fucking pay us. He's like, I can pay you in blocks.
So what's your name, sweetie?
Natalia.
Wow, what a pretty name.
Portlandia is also pretty amazing. Oh my god, yeah, that's basically the situation with that one.
That's right.
There we go.
Wear it out.
Flashlight.
I won't.
Fucking Barry. I have very strong mixed feelings about Barry Burton. Traitor! It's okay, he didn't want to. Man, the pathfinding for those spider things kind of sucks. Yeah. Oh my god, Shuri, stop. What are you doing? Yeah, she has the zoomies and she's like running like. So that the box that the record came in, she just like slid on it like a fucking surfer into me, and it scared both of us. Oh wait. Oh, I can't switch to her yet? Fine. Fine, game. Fine.
Looks like this is the only way through.
I have this. I'm just searching. Oh. Interact with something. What was that? Oh. Yep. Spiders? Yep. Like that. Fucking Fritos! Good. And a red herb, finally. Do I even have a green herb? Items marked with a plus can be combined with other items. To combine into the items, combine them from the item screen, or combine them from the combination screen. What's the combination screen? Zoomies are healthy. No, they're healthy. They're good. It's just it scared me. So like I said, I bought a record for a friend, and it came in the mail today. And the box next to me, she hopped on it and slid like 3 feet into my chair. I just didn't expect that. It's really cute. I'm convinced my cat is half dog. She does that thing where like she'll like a dog where it's like they'll do the thing and they look at you and then she just run away. Wait, this is where I came from. Silly. No, I fucking love my cat. Also, I've said before, she's kind of a runt. Like, she's actually kind of small for her breed anyway. Oh shit. But it's cute. It's like she's stuck in kitten mode. God damn it. Natalia, run! Hi, melee. What? Oh, you're alive still?
Must be the infected the brief mentioned.
Oh man, I wasted so much ammo on that. Assault rifle. Right on, brother. But yeah, man, how'd your stream go? I was watching a good chunk of it, so it seemed like it was going pretty well. I really like Twilight Princess. So far, that's my favorite one. I haven't played many of them, but like forever, that was the one, like the one Zelda I wanted to play.
How did you sort of see this?
Natalia has the ability to sense the location of enemies. By crouching with left stick, she can increase the range of her awareness. While crouching, Natalia can move without making a sound, making it harder for enemies to find her. Natalia can also find hidden items by pointing at them. Damn it.
There's something ahead.
Oh no, you don't, young lady.
Oh no, you didn't.
Why? I'm not scared.
There's actually quite a bit in there.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
You just let me handle this one.
I have this. UTS? It's sorry. It's treating me well, but the puzzles don't make me feel smart. It makes me, if that makes sense. Yeah, it does. It does. It's like they make you feel stupid. Where it's like I'm like, what the fuck do I have to do? Oh, it's those puzzles, you know. What do you mean? I just. Oh, it just makes you feel like shit. Ah, wait. Followed by a. That's it. Like every lovemaking session. Are we done? Oh, damn it. I missed the other one in the last chapter. I saw it, but I never went back for it. Fuck. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I only have to repeat the last 2 hours. Fucking worry about it. Oh yeah, flashlight. Oh yeah, Natalia. Find items for me. Little girl, go. Do I have to crouch? Oh shit, there's some. Sick. Oh, they're above us. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, this is pretty cool, Dick. I think you'd like it. Like if you played it, you know? A green herb, she. He facing me? No, he's not. Ouch.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Yeah, you're a tokusatsu guy. I think I heard that we're getting a new Kamen Rider video game.
Careful.
Oh no, no, this way. Oh, he sees us. Oh, all right, going loud. Nice. More reds? No, we're good. Oh, yep, they're coming. Oh, Lottie coming. Oh yeah. Get down! I'm most surprised that it's a 3DS game. Oh, I didn't know that. As a fighting game? Because I think I just saw like the poster. I didn't see anything else about it. New series previews for the new series went out, but I'm not familiar with the games. Oh, it's making a new series as well. Nice, nice. What were your thoughts on Shin Kamen Rider? I saw it in theaters. I really liked it. Like, I like the idea of a bloody R-rated Kamen Rider. Also, fun fact, I forgot the name of the series, but there was an American-made Kamen Rider, not the Masked Rider. That's what I'm talking about. But like, oh, he is alive. She was made for older fans first, I feel. I wouldn't even say I'm an older fan. I appreciate the series, but I've never seen one all the way through. But Dragon Knight, yeah. For like CW or some shit. That guy, one of those characters is the face model for Chris Redfield. I don't know if you knew that. I think he also played Johnny Cage in that teaser that Step Up guy made for like Mortal Kombat something. He played Johnny Cage in one of those. I thought it was cool. That's before he got like all jacked. Yeah, Dragon Knight. Hey, you know your shit. Oh, that reminds me. Saban's Masked Rider actor passed like 3 years ago, and it only became public knowledge a few weeks ago. Oh God, he did? I guess I could see it. Yeah. Here, I'll pull it up real quick. That's unfortunate. I didn't know that. I hated Masked Rider, but that sucks. I think I saw him in other things. Oh, ignore that. Ignore that too. Here. I'm looking at my desktop. Kamen Rider Dragon Knight. Cast. This guy. Oh, I forgot. Fucking, yeah, this guy. That's Chris Redfield. He was in another film with one of the guys from Last Dragon, if I remember correctly. Remember that. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Check it out. Let's get back to it.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Are we ever getting the what's that? The JDF movie, the White Dragon? Is that what it's called? Pick up, put down? Okay. Where this is going. Legend of the White Dragon. Does that sound right? Also, doesn't the White Dragon have like some pretty negative connotations to it? I don't know where this goes. Hang on. Alright, you see anything else? No, you're good. I gotta give you a boost somewhere. Sick. Hold on, where does this go? Oh. It would be a shame if it didn't, considering, yeah. Oh, that's a good question. I never kept up with that one or many fan toku projects. Well, I'm a big Power Ranger fan, so, and you know, Tommy was the Power Ranger, you know, so GDF, you know, passing sucked. So, you know, any little thing I can get, I'll take it. Plus, it was finished like fucking like 3 years ago. Like, fucking release it. Give it to me. Oh wait, no. Get on it.
Can you make it?
Yeah.
Give her a boost. She weighs like 40 pounds, bro. Oh wait, any items? Let's go. Eh. That chirp sounds so much like my smoke detector redeem.
There's something ahead. Be careful. There's a hole here.
Let's see. Oh shit. Yeah, there is. Let me get that brick. Hey, fuck off! Fuck off!
The monster's coming.
Take that, motherfucker! Take that! Die! Oh, I broke it. My brick. Oh no! It's broken. I push that? I can. Dang, this girl lifts. Oh no, she doesn't. But I gotta unlock the door, I'm guessing. I didn't even know it was locked. I saw the hole and went through it.
Okay, all clear.
You're braver than me.
Over here first. You see something over there. What is that? What is that? Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Papa. Oh, nice, another brick. Can I carry more than one? I can. I don't know where I'm going. Also, this game's kind of mean and it doesn't let me look at the whole map. I saw JDF at a convention one year, and even outside of like meet and greets and signings, he really seemed to love his fans. No, he seemed like genuine about it. Like, I think he loved being a Power Ranger. This sucks. Sorry. These videos are really good.
Careful! There's something on the floor.
I think I gotta go back. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the right way, but it really does suck. Yeah, it does. Like anybody kind of, you know, is feeling the need to go that far. It's just, it's unfortunate. And as a fan, it's like nobody wants to see that or know that, but what can we do? But try to be better. Nice to each other. Do I have... Oh, I thought I had an upgrade. Control room key. Oh, wait, don't I... Is that not the control room? Samurai Edge. Oh, I do have a Samurai Edge. Magnum Python. No, I'm out of Pokeballs. I'm getting an ad for Amazon ads instead of the AI going on like, hey, let's run an ad for National Suicide Prevention Hotline or something like that. Oh, right. They do be listening. It's scary. Like be like, dog, I was just talking about that. Stop it, phone. Whoa. Where? There you are. Pa. Dead? I think he's dead. Natalia, where were you on that one? How many bricks can I carry? Do I have Ultra Balls? Do you? Looks like you do. Am I going the right way, the wrong way? Like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm going the only way I can go.
Toy, but I better find some way to stop.
Yeah, let's go back over here. This way, this way. I felt good. Do Bear's kids know his job is to shoot people in the head with the biggest piece of iron they've ever seen? I think Moira does, because she ended up picking up one of those guns and shooting her sister with it. She blames Barry and be like, bitch, you pulled the trigger. At least that's the backstory here. Ooh, nice. Nice. Also, rip. Oh, she lived. I'm pretty sure she lived, but it still happened, you know? So, Barry still has 2 daughters. It's okay. Wait. Am I tripping? I am tripping. I was just here, wasn't I? Yeah, okay. Sorry, guys. I gotta go back to that one room. Sorry. Shit in RE series, she probably developed superpowers. I know, right? Guys, she's a bullet type BOW now. So now it's this way. Yeah. That's locked. Okay, yeah, we're going this way. I think so. This is where that mine was. Little trap. It's a trap.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Oh, they heard me. The fuck? Oh. Damn, Barry, what are you packing? I know they're just zombies, and I know we get other special infected later on, but kind of easy right now. Damn, getting rated by both Jay and Dick? Yeah! Rates for days! Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It does mean a lot.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
How you doing, Dry? Oh, shit! Motherfucker!
Monster! Please be careful.
Is that what a double team is? Got home about 30 minutes ago? Nice. Hope you had a good day at work. And yeah, I do think that's a double team. All my internet history has taught me that.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Oh. These zombies remind me of that one movie, Zombie, if you know the one. That guy reminds me of when I had to explain what an Eiffel Tower is. At least it's over. Who did you have to explain that to? Man expressed his wishes to pass through the gates. Oh yeah, I already read this one. Move, Barry. Love his girlfriend, and yeah, I didn't finish that sentence. My girlfriend, like Beal said, she's very sheltered. That must have been a fun conversation. Like, oh, like an Eiffel Tower. What's an Eiffel Tower? It's not as bad as explaining what a cloacal kiss is. I've never heard that term, but I know what a cloaca is, and that's disgusting. Damn it. Damn it, game. Be linear. Can I climb this? Because I got upper body strength. Little 7-year-old Joey couldn't do shit like this. Oh, no, I'm going this way. Through the danger. Ah!
There's something ahead. Be careful.
I'll leave it up to you, Barry. So it. Who the fuck built this OSHA violation? I know, right? Oh, fucking game. Why did you back me up into that? All I did was switch characters and she was already in the way of the blade. Also, you dumb idiot. Why'd you go back? Apparently, the fans of Arsenal Association football team are known as Gooners. I heard about that one too. I know about gooning. I've heard about. I've familiar. Am I a sports fan? This whole time? Which is what talked a friend of mine out of not naming his podcast The Goonies before gooning became a slang for masturbation. Yeah, I remember because I used to say gooning back like because I remember because like we all know like I have a terrible sleep schedule. Like I'll be up till like 4, right? 5. And I was like, oh, these are gooning hours or the goon hours. But that was before the term implied masturbation. I meant like I'm up to no good being a goon, you know? Are you winning? I think I'm winning. Slowly.
You did great.
How you doing, Paul? Welcome in. Are you gooning, son? You're a gooner, Harry. I'm a what? Barry, 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 Barry! Shout out to Wendigoon for not changing his name after the fallout. Who's Wendigoon? Dick Rickard, you just talked me into naming my podcast Gooners. Can I be your co-host? And all we do is talk shit about Jay. Strip changing it to WenDeFap. There you go. There you go. Wendigoon's pretty good. I like that. Oh. All right, let's go.
What do we do?
We could probably get out this way if the path was clear.
Why am I catching strays? Just lurking and jerking. Oh, that's right. No, are you working tonight, Jay? I knew you had your cock out and we're jelly. Oh, they knew you had your cock out and we're jelly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Also, I know that, like... Oh, wait, can I... Do I have... Oh, stop it. Can I not just keep a brick on me? Oh, I can. I have more than one. Catching strays while shooting ropes. Watch out, that teenager has a brick. This teenager's... How old is Natalia? I'm gonna guess like 9. She's like 8 or 9. Yeah, does anybody know? Also, thank you for the lurk, Jay. Aw, shit. Do I have an assault rifle? Oh, I do! I'm a silly goose. I'm gonna switch to Natalia so I can see things. I'm gonna switch. Oh, see things. Name is Dark. Alright. What's upstairs, first of all? Actually, I gotta go this way. Old enough to break some car windows if she has a cherry slushy. What? A third raid? Nice. It's not my birthday yet. Thank you so much for the raid, Nikki. Welcome in, raiders. Yes, welcome in. Thank you so much for that. Hi, Nikki. You know what that gets you? That gets you a second shout out. How was your stream? Was stream good? I like your pickles. All right, Nikki's one of the most bubbly streamers I've ever come across. She's a sweetheart, and she plays a lot of fun games with a lot of friends. I think mostly multiplayer, but it's always a fun time. Is that a game mask? Yeah, what is that? Oh, it's her panda mask. It was a panda mask. Sorry, did not get to stream very long. I have to get ready for bed. Aw, that's all good. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, all the rest. That's an order. I order you to get sleep. Oh shit, wait. I just touched it. I was just checking out the panel. It's a gooning mask. Nice. Damn it.
How'd I do?
That fire was out of control. We're gonna burn this berry. Supposedly, Nikki Bilbo. Wait, what? Supposedly sending Jay nudes helps him sleep. Oh, and wake up extra refreshed. Burn this berry.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
I don't want to redo things. Damn it. You know, the song like Fire by Franz Ferdinand? Oh, yeah. The sensors that... Oh, I already read this too. Oh, wait, actually, did I? The sensors that the experiments have been equipped with will measure the adrenaline and norepinephrine levels to calculate the fear the subject is experiencing. The color will change accordingly. Green is normal, orange is anxiety, blinking red is fear, red is mutation. If the subject sensor should change to red, they are already in the mutation phase. Shoot them immediately. Too late. Oh, get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Stop running. Oh, I'll take the wire. Where's Wallace? Oh. The song is in fact fire. Out of control even. Nice. You guys. Alright, let's do that again, but better. Oh. Can I open this? Barry, can you open this? Oh, alright, you're useless. Fuck you, Barry. Where do... I do love that song by Franz Ferdinand, though. We're gonna burn the city. Burn the city? It's a good song. Stay down. Oh, wait. This is where we go now. I think. Because then this leads to the... Yep. Barry, get him. Okay, catch. Alright, everybody, what's your favorite Resident Evil? Yeah, it wasn't by the worst bands ever. What are the worst bands ever? Feels like a lot of the song, just usually the wrong ones. Feels like a lot of songs, just usually the wrong ones. Oh, I haven't played any of them. Well, you should. They're good. It's good for you. It'll put some hair on your chest.
What do we do?
First of all...
Get out this way if the path is clear.
Whoa. Oh shit, Barry! Oh, fucker! No, not into the inventory management they have in these games. Not all of them deal with that. And also, it's really not that bad.
The monster's coming.
Doesn't matter if it's bad or not, I don't like it. Fair.
Need your help.
Small hand? What? Okay, child, solve this puzzle for me. I need you to pick this lock. Where's Jay to say Dry's bad at games anyway? He's around. He's mostly lurking because he wants to play this game. And I think he's avoided most spoilers, so he wants to keep it fresh. Shot and killed subject JO38 as he planned to escape. His body was properly disposed of. Usage of cell number 1 at the second floor entrance is prohibited until the wall can be repaired. Guess I'm going to that one. Oh, wait. First, I'm just checking, make sure, cause we're gonna fight. Yup, I knew it. Oh shit, that guy's fast. I knife you. Fucking die, bitch. Oh, I think I knocked him off the railing. You too. Dry bad at games. Oh shit, hold on. Can I carry around items that would normally weigh enough to kill a person? Carry around items that would normally weigh enough to kill a person? I mean, what do you mean? You can carry a gun and that can kill somebody. Oh, that would normally weigh enough to kill a person. Sorry, I read that wrong like a dumbass. Yeah. No, but you can carry around hundreds of fairly large items. Then I'm in. Cumulatively, that should crush your body and spirit. He dies. He dies. Move, Natalia. Bitch, you're in the way.
The monster.
Oh shit. Okay, alright. Do your thing, little girl, and find ammo and shit. Can move. In there. Nothing in there. Oh, it's telling me where to go. Oh, what? What? Oh. I already have a brick, right? Do I? I don't get it. I can't carry one with forever? Written in Russian. August 7th. How many days has it been? I can't do Russian. Since I've been locked up here, they tortured us daily. Experiments, they call it. To what end? I hope they didn't get anyone else. August 8th. My poor brother is trapped in this hell with me. Today they burned off his left arm with some fire-breathing contraption, and they used a bladed one to chop off his leg. Jesus Christ. They said they're gonna do the same thing to his remaining limbs tomorrow. He begged me to put him out of his pain. Can't get the words out of my head. I'm pretty shaken up. Doesn't help that the damn guard said if he dies, I take his place. There's no end to our suffering. Is there no end to our suffering? I can't read. August 9th. Looks like the day I have dreaded has arrived. I can no longer hear my brother, but the guard's footsteps. He's coming this way. I should have prayed for death when I had the chance. Call me Mr. Shafra. Calf. That's oh, I like Joey's chat thing. It makes me feel like Dry is currently wearing a Master Chief helmet and pants. Oh, because of the portrait. Funny. Wait. Oh. Ooh, nice. Sick. You can stop the chafing if you put on some baby powder. That's the best anagram ever. Oh, when are you streaming again? I miss you. Has a little mouse. Bricks. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, that's right, it broke, but I can move this. I mean, I'm just a tiny little girl. Harry, what up? That actually kind of startled me a little bit.
You sure did, honey.
No, I like the chafing. Why do you think they call me Mr. Chafe?
This place is seriously messed up.
Yeah, it is. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting to be like the sub-character so I can find items. Apparently if I crouch, my range is increased. I don't see shit.
We're almost to the radio tower.
This kind of gives me like Last of Us and Saw vibes. Because it's getting to be a problem. You would love my job in the summer.
You recognize any of
My pain looks like Morgan Joe's body. Nice.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Dude, I need to watch the Furiosa movie. Looks cool. Just haven't got around to it. I think it's leaving Max. Maybe I'll watch it tonight. Yeah, I'll watch it tonight after stream if it's still on. Because I think I saw it was still on yesterday. But with my luck, today's the last day. I like a little run. Her run reminds me of Yuna from Final Fantasy X too. They have the same fucking run. Honestly, I didn't like Furiosa movie. Fury Road was better in my opinion. I don't know. I can't judge yet. I respect your opinion. But I fucking loved Fury Road. Is it a hot take to say that Fury Road's the best one? That's not a hot take, is it? Because I feel like just purists out there be like, no man, this Road Warrior. You know how fans can get. Fury Road was so good. Cream fetish? Wait, what? Fuck. I don't get it. The best one is the one with Tina Turner. Oh, don't tell me. Thunderdome? Yeah, on Thunderdome.
What do I do?
Cream fetish is an anagram for Master Chief. Oh.
Lock. See anything around there you can use?
Oh wow. Okay. And you guys are on one right now. Doing it. Well, hold on. Also, I got the green herb, which is nice, but can I check out? Oh no, I can't because when we jumped, we broke the bridge. Barry's fat ass isn't gonna go, so we're good. Speaking of cream fetish, I should go shower and give my wife the cream. Be right back. Then you're like, all right, I'm back. Done.
You stick close to me, okay?
Hey, I'm the one with supervision over here. You stay close to me. Look at that. Look at that. You missed. Oh, I thought I saw a sparkle. Never mind, Barry. I'm gonna head out too, go to shower, and give Dry's wife the cream. Alright, you guys have fun Eiffel Towering. The callback. Wee! Oh.
There's something out there.
Where they at? Dope. Where they at? Dope. So why's he got a bleaky head? What is that? Shoddy! Oh, it's a reference to an earlier part of this discussion. Where Dick was explaining he had to explain to his girlfriend what an Eiffel Tower is. Wait, what? Oh, shit. Where'd it go?
Where'd it go?
That's what I said. Well, the cream dry's wife, too. Nice. We'll get in there. They're probably already done. It's not even the Eiffel Tower at that point. What would you call it? Golden Bridge? So welcome back, Shoddy. How you doing? What are you up to today? Just chilling? An Audi Tower?
Hey.
I climbed that tower?
What's that?
Yeah, I gotta go and eat dinner and then cream Guy's wife later.
What's wrong?
Alright, have fun creaming.
I think I saw something.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bills, y'all. Wait, which limb? Alright. Right, left ankle. Oh, shit! Is that it? Oh.
That's one thing they left out of the brief. This island is completely crazy.
Yeah, it is. About to play some Overwatch? Nice. I hope you win. Fuck do we go though? I'll be lurking. Well, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Ooh, nice. Barry, check this shit out. I got a fucking box with a sapphire in it. Tight, 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 tight. Oh, I guess I do gotta go in there. I think there was a door, and I'm just tripping because I got distracted. Because this way. There it is. Open the shit. Open the shit, Barry. Chatty hates me. Wait, did I not say thank you for the lurk? And I hope you win. Oh, I have to mash it. Despises me? What the fuck did I do?
What was that thing?
For real, he always says he does when you aren't here. You've turned her against me! I knew it. It's funny. Oh, Jay, Audie and I saw, I guess, the only 2 episodes of Dan to Dan that are out yesterday. It's pretty good. Or Dan to Dan is good. Dan to Dan Dan. Even though I can't get as jiggy with the intro as I did the first season, it's still good. I get a flashlight? What is this? Break it. They changed the opening? That sucks. Yeah, dude, I like the dun 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 dun. It's still good. It's still good. It's just, it sounds normal. And this anime ain't normal, you know? This is a normie intro now. The animation's still beautiful, and it does pick up, but it's kind of gone before it's, you know, before too soon.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Yeah, they changed it. Okay, it's his right hand. You get him? Hey, where'd he go? I lost my bearings. This way. Okay, I guess we got him. I thought you were watching it. I guess you just acknowledged that it was out. I assumed you were watching it, that you knew. Part of him is that his head? That is his. Whoa, what is that? What is that?
There's something ahead.
It's his left shoulder? Head? Left shoulder. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh god, he's running. Oh lord, he's running.
The monster is coming.
Oh shit, fuck. It's his head. I thought it was his shoulder. I'm waiting until it airs. Airs on what? Because it's on max. All of it airs. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Ooh, nice. Piece of candy. What is that? What is that? Handgun ammo? Sick. Right. I'm lost though. That boss, or that monster kind of got me turned around. I'm scared. God forbid they give me a fucking map. I think this is where I'm headed. No, this is where I came from. That's that one light, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's the light. Okay, okay. I see now. There, I found some assault rifle ammo for. Oh, I found a lot of shit for you. Oh shit, where is it?
There's something ahead. Be careful.
It is his Right thigh. Oh. This is also for little hands, like I said. I think it is actually. All right, let's do it. Ruby.
Finally, a clearing.
Yes, queen.
Oh shit.
Yes, queen.
Ketchup.
Yes, queen. Yes, queen.
What's up, Ketchup? How you doing? I missed you. Ketchup, are you watching Dan to Dan? It's good. I hope you're having a fantastic Monday. You know, I am, because I'm on vacation. Where the fuck am I going, though? Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, this way. Joe! Ah! I'm kind of retarded. Vacation, let's go! Yeah. Oh, fuck, I'm behind on Dan Father. It's really good. There's only 2 episodes out right now, but it's pretty great.
Those freaks had some of the same symptoms as Ouroboros.
Robo?
It's a virus some bad people used in Africa a couple of years
Oh,
ago.
Ouroboros.
How did it get out here?
Barry, how did you say 2 lines at the exact same time? He's a monster. He's infected. I know it. Oh, but wait. Oh, I see. Do it. We're gonna explore the house first, then we'll leave and do this shit. Because I think that's what they want. This is what you want. This is what you want. Barry, get your ass in here. I can't see. He is dead. Escapee note written in Russian. I can't believe it. I got out there alive. I won't say in one piece, but alive. I still can't even process what went on there. All that effort in trying to scare us, toy with us. It was madness. I met up with some guys in the forest, but they didn't believe me. Can't say I blame them. I wouldn't believe me either. After all, who would dare go up against the one who saved us all? I can't do this alone. I went through the communications tower to try and call for help, but I couldn't get a signal through. We're all alone out there. We're all alone out there. Out here. Fuck! But if we don't get words outside, we're all done for. Savior? Hell no. She's more like the devil herself. I know who it is. But I don't want to spoil it because I know Jay might be listening, watching. I don't want to spoil it for him. But yeah, what are you up to, Ketchup? Playing anything good lately?
They're back. Hide.
This is some new lethal mods. Lethal Company? Is that what it's called? Bomb. Got a brick.
There's something.
Okay, so it looks like they both might. So that is his left shoulder.
There's something.
Actually, you know what?
Be careful.
Oh, I don't have any sub weapons, do I? Oh, Natalia does. This work? You think this will work? Ah! Okay. Okay, cool, it worked. Nice, nice, nice. I haven't played that one yet. It looks cool though. Have you played this one before? I know you're an RE fan as well. I played this one when it came out, so it's been quite some time. So you got you some handgun, papa? Yeah, this is one of my favorite co-op ones. I never played this one co-op, and if I'm not mistaken, this one's like couch co-op only. Like they're kind of dicks about it, to where it's like you can't really like online unless you do the whole share play thing, which is stupid. And can she combine? That'd be kind of crazy if the kid can combine. I'm gonna pretend she's yeah, there we go. Nah, I played this online with my bro unless they changed it. I'll have to look into it, but I remember it being something like it was like that share play thing where it's like it's couch co-op, but like you can remote in and have the controller player too. You know what I'm talking about? I thought it was one of those. I could be mistaken because I never actually did it, but I remember trying, or at least looking into it, and I was like, what? Capacity, damage, already, yeah. And then capacity, I guess for the handgun, nice. I haven't really run into issues with the assault rifle just yet. This way. And then I forget, there's like actual like invisible enemies at some point. But yeah, I was trying to get at the time Lemon Wedges to play this with me, and I was like, dude, I'll even play like the dumb sub character. That might be fun.
The radio tower's just ahead.
But yeah, this one came out like I think legit like 10 years ago. That was the last time I played it. I was playing it as the episodes were coming out, or they'd all just come out, and I think I bought it in one pack, you know. But it was pretty fresh and new. No, I think I was playing it episodically. Kelly, stop dropping the brick. God damn it. I'll get in there. Oh. With the trigger, don't we, Barry? Oh, you're not that strong, Barry.
Great. We're gonna have to smash through the gate.
Left ankle. Right thigh. Oh. Ah, where? Motherfucker? Okay. Is that it? I don't think that's it. The music's kind of intense right now. I think this one works best co-op versus the other REs because one player doesn't have guns. Yeah, it kind of it really amps up the teamwork instead of just guns blazing. Yeah, I mean I like the guns blazing ones, but no, you're right. Like this one definitely emphasizes cooperation in a way like the other ones don't really do. Like I can only imagine being like, yeah, like I'm playing as Natalia and my buddy's shooting shit and I'm like left ankle, that one.
There's something ahead. Be careful.
The head. Scariest thing about co-op horror is separation anxiety. Yeah, especially if you're like you're very needed, like in this one. Like, if just one of these characters was alone, it's certain death. I think that's just prime. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all, gotta catch them all.
That should get the crane working.
We all live in a Pokemon world. Gonna be greatest master of them all. How do we get in there? Papa Berry, throw me over. Tripping? Might be tripping a little bit. Can Barry climb? Barry. It's clear that's the control stuff, but I don't know how to get in there. Oh, through the building? Try. Oh, I hear shit. See, I like playing as her because I at least get like a heads up where these fucking monsters are. Looks like.
Be careful. Monsters coming.
Yep, head.
Off of the platform. Also heard concern.
Pick it. Who's that? Is that Snom? Oh, or oh, thank you.
And I just was as a final question.
Thanks. I actually needed that. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm a thirsty boy. Gotta head out, but good luck to you. Thank you, thank you. I don't think I'll be streaming too much longer, but I'm having fun with this one. I'd very much like to beat it for sure this week.
There's something ahead.
It's like his thigh. Yep. Oh shit. Hey, cut it out! I'm doing shit. Thank you, Ketchup. Appreciate you. Oh, this is where we go, I think, but I don't want to do that yet. I'm looting. Nothing to loot. Can I do it? Can I do it? Yeah. I hear them. Boom. Very nice. Very nice.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Oh, nice. What is that? Topaz! Oh shit, there's another monster.
Be careful.
One of his little footsies is infected. Shoot the polyps! Shoot the polyps!
There's something ahead. Be careful.
Yep. Oh shit. Shoot the cankle! Shoot the cankle! Oh fuck! Slow down!
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, not really. You're doing just fine, dude. Doing just fine. Calm down, Barry. Barry, you be tripping over nothing. Oh shit! No, there are kind of a lot of them. All right, let's see. Actually, wait. The head and then one of his thighs. And okay. Ah! Ah! His other legs are getting in the way. Alright, good shit, Natalia. High five. This way. Wait, is there more? Oh shit! Like a fucking football. That's pretty hype actually. Good shit, Barry.
You alright?
Fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, good shit. That was cool. Oh, we.
Well, that
Big
was
ass.
a really long way over.
Yeah, I was about to say. A long way. Circumventing the bridge the long way. The long way. Oh. Do I have any upgrades? I think I'm done now, yeah. Shit on a stick.
Her. That's my baby.
That's my baby!
You can say that again. This was logged 6 months ago.
Oof.
Jesus, Moira.
Long ass time.
Your daughter's name is Moira?
No, it's Richard. What the fuck did I just say? Oh, damn.
Kid, you okay?
Moira. She's dead.
Oh no. My Moira. She's broken.
Next time on Revelations 2.
Moira was trying to get to that tower when I was with her.
I need you to take me there.
Oh, you got? She was actually with you? I don't remember that.
But if we've been infected with something...
Next time on Resident Evil Revelations 2.
Don't be scared.
So you finally came, huh?
We're off this motherfucking island!
Contemplation. The colony end. How'd I do? Got Ab. 3 women and a berry. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Crowbar is kind of sick. I think I focused on that last time. Fuck, I don't have enough. And the flashlight. I was like, oh yeah, sure, firepower is one thing. That is important, but holy shit. Crowbar and flashlight, kind of like, it doesn't break anything for sure, but it's definitely helpful. changing weapons. Does not affect the ammo reserves, but firepower below. That's kind of amazing. I should do that too. That's the best I could do for now. That's the best I could do for now.
Previously on Revelations 2.
Claire Redfield, you're coming with us.
Ah, that felt good.
Where have I been taken?
What have you done to me? Unhand me!
You don't even know what to be afraid of yet.
Who are you?
I am
Shit.
the overseer.
Please.
I'm not gonna get like some widespread to be able to do that.
Please be alive.
I don't have any parents. Over there.
How do you know? Well, that's one thing they left out of the brief.
Your daughter's name is Moira? She's dead.
What?
Sick. Contemplation, where they did say that. Onlooker is, in a sense, a sharer in life. Who hangs on the fuck. I didn't get to read all that.
Mother of balls! My life is awesome!
Just like KG2, man. Fun shit.
Go on without me! We'll regroup later!
I'll buy you time.
Hurt him, kid! Go!
You stay the hell alive, Fisher.
Is that Spider-Man? Is that Yuri Lowenthal? I kind of like him.
Hernandez, check it.
Is this the place? The Basset? Whatever?
Yeah. Where life begins. That Thompson's?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll be examining this. Oh, balls!
Uh-oh. He says balls a lot. Who says balls? Oh, balls. Very nice. Somebody's taking self-defense classes.
Gabe?
Redfield. You're alive.
All right, get up.
Oh, God! You owe me a pair of underpants!
Come on.
Newbie's okay too.
Oh, I knew it was you guys.
I think I got a fetal crumb on my eye.
Any requests?
Turn that shit down. There's monsters outside, you morons. What are you doing? Yeah, Anne's country, ew. That's worse than dealing with the monsters or not.
We woke up in the
Oh, I forgot I was wearing this.
How about you?
Some kind of rundown prison. Gabe. Gina's dead.
Shit.
You know,
When I
no.
remember to take his bracelet, Eddie would want me to
Actually,
find
I should
out how it
be.
kicks.
You chopped off his fucking hand?
Sometimes you have to make the hard choice. Come on, let's see what's in this building.
Do it. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, you guys are crazy for having the jukebox on. Just saying. I'd be like, be very quiet. There's fucking monsters outside.
Welcome to the brink of true fear.
The Overseer. What do you want?
I need to throw you at the wall and see who sticks.
Nice.
The wall, in this case, is a substance that I injected into each of you.
fear virus or whatever.
But one of you still has a chance of dying well.
I'm not laughing. You can stick it right up her all seeing ass.
But if we've been infected with something...
That bitch stuck a needle in me?
Just put it out of your head. Redfield, walk with me. Come on.
First of all, there's a barrel upstairs. And a button. What does this button do? Shotgun ammo. Fuck yes. Where's Redfield? You at? Oh, I didn't even see you. You're right behind me, girl. Hold on. You got decoy bottles, which is good. Explodes after a certain amount of time, causing damage. Empty bottle. Give me that. With an herb for a tourniquet. Wait. Fine. Tourniquet. S. Fine with a bottle. I'd rather make them. How do you make the exploding ones? Well, deco bottles do explode, right? Deco bottle was after set time. I have two. I'll just hold on to the bottle because I think I make like legit like those exploding ones. They're kind of sick. What do you grade? Do I? Sorry.
I gotta show you something over here.
Put it out.
Man, I hope Fisher's okay.
Neil? Neil was with you?
Yeah. We got split up on the way here.
Neil ain't gonna be in. Well, there's no Revelations 3. What's the next one after this? 7? Sorry, you've been caught. Got your ass.
Do you think you can fly this?
Once I repair it, but there's not enough voltage. It needs a new battery and some fuel.
Oh, and we're
Oh, shit.
gonna find exactly what we need in this
I'm talking. Trying to pick some
From my
stuff.
experience, yes. Help me look.
Let's go. Actually, there's the ad break. I'm gonna go pee real quick, okay? I'm gonna go pee, I'm gonna go beer, and then I'll play for a bit. We'll see. I'm enjoying this.
So that party was a blast. That was amazing. Like I was undefeated until the end. Because we had 2 brackets, right? Literally everybody I fought, I sent them to the loser bracket. And then Frank, I fought him like halfway through. I sent him to the losers bracket, and I was surprised because like Frank's good. Like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the Nether Realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, you're talking shit. Shoot him in the dick. Oh, head. Get over here. Let me shoot you in the dick.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep them coming.
Man, I am thoroughly enjoying this already, and it's been like 10 seconds.
I'd pay thousands to suck dick. What? I spent so much on BJ. Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt. Oh.
Check the DMs. He's sending me. Oh my god, you're wearing the hoodie. That's my lucky hoodie. Every night. That looks cool. Wanna watch watch it with me awkwardly till the comedy comes in? No, I'll probably have my penis on my hand. Thanks for very often though. Fuck was not on your side tonight? No, it was not. Neither was Skill. I fucking suck today. Who's live? We got Lily Montana playing Silent Hill 2. We got Lily Lotus playing Pummel Party. You got Pig Madison playing Quiet Pace. We got Super Sleepy playing GTA 3. Am I going the right way? Wait, no. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck! You fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. What game is that? Crying? I guess I shouted out Pokeball or Pokecatch. That's funny. And then I heard that, I was like, oh shit, like is my fire alarm going off for a second? That scared the shit out of me. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Confused. Oh shit!
I agree with all city improvement plans.
I agree with Jay. Take that shirt off. Give me some money.
I'm back. Alright. Don't watch that clip. That was back when we were being paid to take our shirts off. If you were there, you would know. You weren't there, man. Unless you were. Dang, almost 50% of my viewers over a PP break. It's all good. I think I see some light. Okay. All right, where am I? Okay, we're going back over here. Yeah, I remember really liking this one. He's good game. He's good the game. Odorous chemicals. Oh. Break it? Oh no. Touching it. I was close. Full. Full. All right, let's see. Oh, that's right. She's only a sub character, so you get. Give you one. Let's give you two. Then we're gonna combine. Wait, no. Give some back. Why does she get them? Put them in her inventory. And I got a customization kit, so that's good. That means I can go back and to that bench in that one bar. The stupid country music playing. No offense, if anybody likes country music. It's just the obnoxious twangy one. Everything else is kind of fine, like Johnny Cash and shit, like the cool shit. But dude, some country I'd be listening to, I'm like, ugh. Like, you know, the crab from Crabman, or My Name Is Earl, the meme, the it's like that. What do I do with the gunpowder? The empty bottle. Fuck! I lost a bottle. Back. I didn't lose one, but I used it. Oh, fuck, I knew I should have held on to one. But it's okay. Apparently this lures them over, then explodes. But I think the explosive one, it just does more damage. I'm just guessing here. Uh-oh.
Claire? I guess we're not alone out here.
Not alone in these parts. Fire rate 2. I guess you'll get 2, and then a handgun will get 1. Or, well, I have enough ammo to be really taking advantage of that anyway. Fuck. It's like perpetually like something in my eye is pissing me off. How much ammo do I have? Oh, 15? Oh shit, yeah. I'm doing just fine. For now. Because I remember dying here when I first played. Quite a bit. Given I suck at games, so there's that. What's up here? Oh shit. Small hand? It's okay, I got pretty small hands. I'll do it. I got it, guys. That's for Natalia at the next segment of this chapter, I suppose. How many episodes is this game? This is 5 episodes, right? I see you. I see you. I see you. Sorry, Moira. Dude, she like reacted to that. That was actually kind of cool. Yas, a bottle. That's what I wanted. Exploding barrel. Intense explosion. See, this is just on causing damage. Then explodes. This is intense. I don't want to miss anything, so I'm gonna keep like looting. I thought I heard a chainsaw. It's like Blue's Clues or Dora the Explorer. I just want to look at the camera or chat. Be like, do you guys hear a chainsaw? Where you at? Where'd you go? Oh god. I lost the monster. Wait.
Claire, the lights are on in that one house.
Alright. I'll check it out in a minute. I just don't want to miss anything, you know? I want all the ammo, I want all the fucking bottles and shit. Alright, put me in. Put me in, coach. Or no. Actually, yeah, go for it. Because like, I'm scared. Because I know doing something is going to trigger like that big ass like swarm that attacks. Nice, nice. Nice. Like that. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's the door? Claire! Claire! Claire, come here! Fucking Claire. Claire, no. Claire, no. Claire, try. Can you try to not get hit? Come on, girl. Okay. All right. You okay, baby girl? I got you. Put on tourniquet, baby girl. Choose a tourniquet. All right. You feel better? Let's see. Oh. Yep. Oh, there's more than one. Nice. That's actually really helpful.
Here's a battery. Now to track down some fuel.
Nice. Actually, that is really good. Fine. Exploding. Right, and then you get, well, you have decoy. You get one. That's how you get. Now, with a decoy, is it, well, like aggroed enemies still go for it? Or is it just like the dumb, unaware ones? Because I don't know. Yeah, I do. I hear a chainsaw. That's a fucking chainsaw. What? I said a chainsaw. What? Fucking chainsaw. What? Alright, any Limp Bizkit fans? Probably not. Chocolate starfish! Yeah, see, I thought that was like, oh, is this item right here? Shit. I knew I saw some blue. Go this way. Doke. I'm scared. Chainsaws suck in Resident Evil. I mean, it's good for the enemy, but it's bad for me. Okay, you got 2 tourniquets. Bitch, you're being selfish. Give me one. I want a tourniquet. Tourniquet. Isn't that a Marilyn Manson song?
Scare me like that, kid.
What up, dude?
Check out what I found.
Oh, it's your stupid ass drill.
Walls. I bet I could drill through.
Bet you can. Do it, bud. Is there any weak walls on this door? Or this building? Here, we'll check after. Thanks, Pedro.
We can use inside.
When I want to tear saves best. A little Uzi. Nice. October 11th. Oh, sorry. Dear Diary. 2011. Or October 11th, 2008. So I found this little island in a dusty old book, and it's not listed on any maps or anything. So I thought, oh shit. So I thought, cool. A chance for adventure at Uncharted Island. On Uncharted Island. So there. Chartering a helicopter to get there wasn't cheap, and as soon as we touched down, the local seized the chopper and took me into custody. So not cool. And now I'm locked up in this dirty old room. These dudes are whacked. I can't explain how, but you know how you just look at someone and something's not right? Yeah, major bad vibes here. Back. Hey, welcome back, Troy. October 12th. So these dudes have been just debating what to do with me, about letting me go. So I've been telling them over and over, I just came for the adventure. They're not listening. This is so not cool. October 19th. So apparently these dudes can't wrap their heads around the idea that an outsider could find this place. Like, hello, it's a technology age. What can't a person find if they're looking hard enough? But, you know, I'm starting to feel like coming here wasn't such a good idea. Oh, just now. December 10th. Wait, 19th, 10th? Wait, oh, December 10th. 2 goddamn months I'm still here. This is bullshit. Something bad is happening. I haven't seen anyone, but I can't see it, but I can hear animal-like growling. What the fuck? They haven't gotten about me in here, right? They haven't forgotten about me here, right? Right? December 19th. No food, no water, got some rainwater. It helps. No energy, can't even catch a rat. Not gonna last. Water, water, water. Please God, water. Itchy tasty. How was creaming your wife? Try. That's where you went, right? If I remember correctly. It was nice. Okay. Good. That's what I like to hear. Proud of you. Oh shit, I forgot you were here. I forgot you were here.
I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
Ah, where? I'm proud of you. Where'd that come from? What the fuck? On the beach, isn't it? Yep, there it is. Oh, it's a big one too. Oh, look at that. It's a big one, ain't it? Put a flashlight right in his eyes to stun him. See? Yeah, get him, Claire. Get him. Get him, Claire. I'm gonna stab with a crossbow like that. Crikey, he's still up. Yeah, keep the light on him. Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay. Do it! Actually, I keep doing that. Where's the bitch I need here? Got him. Got him. He's a beaut, ain't he? Other side. How do we get in there? Gotta shimmy across these wires. There's a way in somewhere. Where's homeboy and his stupid drill? I missed something somewhere. Did I walk right by the entrance? Oh, this isn't for us. We need Natalia. All right. God damn it. Still, let me see if there's still some shit I can loot. Give me all the items. I need all the support I can get. This box. Honestly, that shit counts too. That's like half an upgrade right there. Well, it depends on the upgrade, I guess. It could also be like an 1/8 of an upgrade, but whatever. No, whatever. Keep looking for homeboy drilled through there. What else we got? Ooh. Oh, I thought that was green herb. Fuck. Going the wrong way. Ooh, no, maybe not. It's like the Shaq meme. Fuck. Try again. Barely. Oh, nice. It was just the one. I got some parts for you, Claire. Giggity. All right, let's go back to that stupid bar. Oh, a bottle. I hear my monsters. Oh shit! Fuck, that actually scared me. Bitch! Ya puta! Oh man. I clenched. Alright, where's that? Here it is. There's both, right? Yeah. Capacity. That's pretty good for this. And that's it. Honestly, though, shotgun, or not the shotgun, the damage. The reload for this might be good, or capacity on the shotgun that I can put. What are the stats? Hang on. Capacity's 252. So you don't need capacity. We're unequipping you. Putting you on a shotgun. Boom, and then you got capacity of 3. Woo! That's so much. But that will come in handy. Along with the reload and rate of fire. Honestly, the little Uzi thing is fine. I don't need more. I'm getting greedy over here. All right, let's go find the next one.
You think Pedro can get through with that?
Pedro, come here.
One way to find out.
Go get Pedro. Where is he? You gotta do it. You gotta summon Pedro. Pedro. Where'd he go? Pedro, my boy. Where did he go? Actually, for real. Is he over by the helicopter? Pedro, I need you. Where the fuck did Pedro go? He's got the Terra Save jacket on. Yo, Pedro, Pedro, where you at? Is he still in this building? Pedro, Marco, Pedro. Seriously, where the fuck is he? Oh, hey, there you are, buddy.
Use that drill of yours right now, if you don't mind doing a little demolishing.
No problema. Just point me in the right direction.
Nice break action shotgun. I want the cool like lever one that Terminator 2 guy does. Shit, where was the house? Oh, it was this way, right? Is he following us? Fuck, I have no sense of direction, guys. I'm sorry. There you are, buddy. Come on. Oh, shit. Nice.
Are we there yet?
No, fuck off.
Really?
I'm gonna drill a bullet through your skull if you don't shut up. Now, come over here. Oh. Wait, where was it? Here we go. Here we go. Pedro. 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 Bruh. You were just here. Where'd you go, dude?
Is this the place?
Oh, okay. Where the fuck did you come from? Did you sneak around? Take another shortcut? Pedro.
They're back.
I hear them too. Where are they?
You gotta hold them up.
I'm trying.
Let them near me.
Okay. Oh man, that's a huge bitch. Better get him. We kill him? Oh shit, nice. Good one. Keep drilling, bud. Uh-oh. Wait, where'd he land? Oh shit, there he is. Uh-oh. Oh, that one. Sweet! Okay, we're doing pretty alright. Pedro, keep drilling. Get your ass back over there. Oh, Jesus. Get him, Claire. Claire, thank you. Hey, defeated 100 inflicted in the main camp. That's 100 already? Nice. God damn. Ah! Fucker. Bitch! Leave me alone. Don't hit a lady. Claire, you know what to do.
Okay, we're in.
Sick.
Thank you.
Oh, there's more in here. Yeah. I feel like the one with the cowboy hat has a better ass, but the one with the hoodie does anal. Nice. That's funny, dude. That's good. Claire does have a nice ass, but that's funny. Like, Moira has something to prove. Fucking dry. Decisions. Honestly, I'd go with Claire. Personally. These Moira's slide to stun 50 enemies. Nice. Claire, yeah, this is Claire with the butt. She's got a great ass. You'll take the hoodie. Nice.
That's everything.
Is it though?
Let's bring it back to Gabe.
Oh boy. Hopefully that's a checkpoint, because I think stuff gets hard here. No pun intended.
The bracelet's transmissions. They're coming from the north. Someplace high up, if I had to guess. We're getting full bars.
Yeah.
Jake can have the dude with the drill. Yeah. We all know that's who he'd go for.
Our location might be the key to getting off the island.
He said the cowboy hat has a better ass, but the hoodie has pretty much does anal. That's pretty good. Paul can have one of the zombies. Nice. Paul can have this guy.
That should be everything you need.
Good work, Redfield. Not that I'm surprised.
Hey, look at that cake.
Now it's my turn to work some magic.
Go got an ass like Babao.
Repairing voodoo magic.
You have got to be kidding me.
Uh-oh.
Overseer. She's luring those things right toward us.
But that's not fair. What do we do?
Try to speed up the chopper repairs. Somebody kill that goddamn siren.
Got it. Fuck.
All right, we'll take care of it. It's coming from the bar. Please get that thing fixed.
Gotta close the gate.
Claire, don't shoot him.
Only consuming the self.
Oh shit, that scared me. Nice, we did it.
Then the switch could be inside. Let's
Oh, I know where the switch is. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, fuck off. Wait, what? Oh, Claire? God damn it. Too late now. Good old Resident Evil bar holdout.
There's nowhere to run.
I see you.
It's all over.
Calm down, Pedro.
Oh, nice. That works.
My bracelet. I
Yeah, only Claire was qualified to pull the lever. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what the fuck?
They're coming through the window.
In the window to the wow. To the wow.
I'm gonna die. I don't know what to do.
Step one, fucking chill out.
Nice. Motherfucker. I will say that I think the audio design in this game is pretty good.
Get away from me. Get fucking.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Fucker serious. Better get him. It's like Buffy Vampire Slayer and I'm just like staking them in the heart.
What's happening to me? It's not fair.
Excuse me. Are we just holding out? Are we doing this right? Oh boy. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh lordy. He's got a little I'm stupid helmet. Look at that. Alright. Alright. Uh-oh. I think we're doing pretty okay. Oh shit, what's here? What's that? Miss me with that shit. Dude, Pedro with a shotgun is really fucking helpful. Just saying. Are we doing this right? Are we just supposed to just keep doing this or are we supposed to leave yet? Oh shit! Oh fucking fuck! Okay, can we leave? Can we? No. Oh shit. Okay, we do gotta survive. Survive. Claire. Thank you. I'd like to not have to ask again. I'm not saying I just lodge into Nexus bots to see if there's any new bots for this game, but I'm also not saying I'm not doing that. Well, let me know what you find, buddy. Time to get demonetized. Alright, give me some of these explodies.
See, right? We chased them away.
I like how Moira's like, I won't use guns, but she'll shoot a fucking... Uh-oh. I got you. I'll save you, buddy. Just beat him with the crowbar. Oh shit, man. Alright, Claire time. Oh, thanks. Oh, Moira's already on it. Hell yeah, dude. I totally shot Moira in the face right there.
Pedro?
Oh, and Pedro, no! Pedro, what's come over you? What's become of you? Talk to me, Pedro. Oh, goddamn. Alright, can we please go outside? Fuck. Of course not. Fuck you! Pedro! Pedro! Ah! I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that.
Look at me.
Are you kidding? There's no effing way we're gonna beat that thing. Run, run!
Let's get the fuck out of here. Claire, no! Oh, okay, they're still spawning. Yeah, I remember dying here quite a bit. Okay. Hold on, can I upgrade my skills?
Yeah.
What? BB. Cute. Oh boy. All right. What do we got? That's a good one. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna save it for the crowbar. Also, get good. Hopefully it's back when Homeboy's mutating and not like the whole thing again. Okay, cool, cool. Come on, Claire. Can you try to not get hit? Oh shit! as I get hit. All right, bye.
There's no effing way we're gonna beat that thing.
Oh shit! This motherfucker's going. Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Nice dodge. I don't know what that. Oh my god, dude. I was trapped on the stairs. No! I can't get by him! Ah! Oh, I'm trapped. Can I run past him? Please? Fuck. Oh my god. Every Resident Evil has a bunch of nude mods. Nice. There were some nice mods. Right on. Welcome back, Jay. Are you at work right now? No, I'm about to leave. Oh, okay, okay. Thanks for checking in. Am I doing this right? Am I supposed to kill this guy? Fuck! Fuck, 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 fuck! Am I supposed to kill him? Or do I run for the helicopter? Oh, alright, we're fighting. Oh, Jesus. Ah! Ah! It's a cool dodge. Oh, nice, nice. Hey! Hey, that guy, you're alive still. Where is it? Okay. Oh, fuck. Bye, Moira. I'm not gonna get the fuck up here. Moira? Okay, she's up here.
Moira, this way, hurry!
Now what?
Follow me.
Oh god. Oh my god, Moira fell. Moira, you dumb bitch. A checkpoint, 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 checkpoint. Please give me a checkpoint. Oh. Now I fell.
I'll go around the
Fuck.
back and open the door.
God damn it. Oh, he's gonna open the door? Okay. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Oh god. Okay.
Bullet hole?
Hope so.
Whew. It's a little stressful. I'm out of shotgun ammo, but we'll be fine.
What about Gabe?
What about him?
I know, but we can't risk staying here. Look, don't worry. He's ex-military. The man eats danger for breakfast and craps it out by dinner.
Yeah, I wasn't trained for this, you asshole. If only we had Homeboy's drill still. Oh, nice. All right. This is a Claire job, isn't it?
Ready? Left. Go. You too.
Hurry!
You know, I'm glad you're okay. Gabe said you guys got split up.
Yeah, but I run fast. Gym membership. So,
Stupid.
what was that monster back there?
It was Pedro.
Bojangles.
The gave us all some kind of viral injection.
It's Mr.
The virus
Bojangles.
triggered in Pedro when he got too scared.
I think I've heard of it. A virus that responds to fees. We're supposed to be protecting people from viruses, not catching them.
Irony sure is a dick.
Moira, I don't think you actually met Neil. He's our boss.
He's like those guys. Oh, me, I was rock climbing. Yeah, right.
The BSAA?
Do me a favor and don't put Barry and me in the same sentence, sir.
Like, bro, no one asked. It's literally your first time chat. Yeah. Right? It's just like humble bragging. It's nothing. I ran a fucking a 5K on my own. First try. No training. It's nothing. I could deadlift 300 pounds.
Pedro said the signal came from high up. That's
Damn.
gotta be it.
What in the fucking Dark Tower is that?
The Overseer might be inside. I say we go find out.
Bad idea. We should wait for dawn.
By dawn, we might all end up like Pedro. The clock's ticking, Neil.
TikTok, motherfucker. Pads. This game is kind of cool though. Chat implying he can't. I don't think I could deadlift 300. What a pussy. Very nice. Oh, this is where I came from. Damn it. I was looking at the map. I thought it was like another shed or something. He was trying so hard to impress her. He really is. I think it's implied in this game him and Claire actually were... Oh, what the fuck? Got evil piggies? They were a thing? That pig scared the shit out of me. Fuck you. I was like, only 600? My goal is a ton. Couldn't be me. Nah, it didn't work.
Oh, no.
Can I blind the piggy? Can I blind the piggy? Oh damn, she must be a lesbo. You guys are insane. No more fucking pig dogs. What is this? Pig dog. Pig dog. Oh, this is Moira door. Moira, you're useless. Back. Hey, welcome back, Paul. Oh, what the fuck? Bitch. Now, cover her. Jesus. Any more fucking undead Charlotte's Web motherfuckers want to fucking attack me? Honestly, she's cute, I guess! Wait, who was? Is she worth impressing? Honestly, she's cute, I guess. Are you talking about Moira or Claire? Claire's pretty cute. Moira, I don't know how old she is. We'll see. I mean, she's also fictional, so it doesn't fucking matter, but, I'm a I like Claire. And this is a good Claire. Especially in this outfit. Oh, Are Your Girls Murder can get it 100%. She's kind of skinny, but she's a cutie. But look at Claire, she's a whammon. Now that's a whammon. Her name is Ilani? I don't get that. Obviously, we would all hit Claire, especially down to Claire. I mean, I would. She's a Valorant player. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't get that reference. Give her a shout out.
Uh-oh. They're back.
They must have been the island's residents.
I looked her up. She's like a 6 or 7. Yeah, but everyone to you is a 6 or 7, Jay. Everyone's mid.
I was like, I wanted to be like,
Oh yeah, she's. Oh wait, what got banned? What bird is this? She plays Valorant, so she's a 5. Tofu plays Valorant. She's not a 10, but we'd all hit.
Hurry up.
This streamer has to be shadow limit, right? Tofu is also a 5. Pass.
come on.
Especially Jay, he likes to hit women. Nice.
Get to that tower.
Come
on, you freaks. Catch me if you can.
I'm like a 5. I'm pretty mid. I'm not farming for compliments either, so don't call me ugly. I have a shame kink. Ooh. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's toss between chat, Jay, and Lycan. Dude, I'm actually pretty bummed I missed his stream. If I'd known he was gonna stream, I actually would have woken up like earlier. I woke up at like 7 or 11:30 today. I would hit chat if he was too slow with my cotton. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty fucking good. That was a good one, man. I didn't see that coming. Neither were you. That was good. Holy shit. Got it. I know Dry left me off the list. Oh. Well, you're not a streamer. You don't stream. We miss you. I guess I'm just a dependable, easy lay. Oh, it's me chilling out. I can make these less frequent. I feel like I'm like begging. Uh-oh. You stream, Paul? Exactly. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Claire! Claire, get the big one. Fuck. Oh! Explode. 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 Fuck yeah, dude. Take this, you motherfucker. Oh, killed him? Oh, shit. That was really cool because the dumb one, the tiny dumb one, was like blocking the big guy, and the big guy was right on top of the bomb. That actually went really fucking well. I should start doing a 1 stream per name change for Maximum Chaos. Honestly, if you could do just like at least 1 per week, that'd be amazing, bro. I liked your streams because you streamed games that like I didn't know about. Like you stream cool like indie stuff, you know? Paul, you should stream Shin Megami Tensei. No, wait, Paul, are there any RPGs you actually like? Because I don't think you like Shin Megami Tensei, right? Am I misreading that? Honestly, all my game time goes to autism games we tried lately. Stream it! Stream it. Unless you want to speak freely. I understand. I'm just being selfish because I like your streams. I love you, and I miss you. Remember, what was it called? Something well. Voicemail well. I used to like JRPGs, but at this stage of life, I don't like the length. Not all of them are too long, and it doesn't. Here's the thing. Paul, my boy, my brother in Christ. You don't have to play new games. You can play these classics that are like 7 to 20 hours. You know what I mean? You got any cozy games? You got any Old Faithfuls? Oh shit, there's 2 of them. Oh shit, there's 2 of them. Fuck, I missed! Oh no, I didn't, kinda. There's another guy coming. Oh no. Oh no! Claire, get him! Claire, dodge, you bitch! Okay. Okay, I used to like, the Tharmatage was pretty cool. I never heard of that one. What's a Tharmatage? I like how sometimes I get excited. I notice my voice kind of peaks, like I'm Nardwar. Tharmatage, I never heard of that one. Okay, 1 down. That went pretty well, all things considered. You asked about indie RPGs, right? Yeah. No, I'm down for recommendations. I just never heard of that one. I love Hylix, but that's an acid trip of a game. Isn't for everyone. Dude, there's that Jotun? Is that what it's called? There's that like claymation, like I think it's like Irish lore. It's like 5 hours. I might stream that this week. Jotun? Does that sound right? That's the one I've been wanting to play. It looks like action figures, and it's like a claymation kind of action RPG. Omari is heavy and dark and very good, but very good. I have not played that one yet, but that one is on my list. Oh, pick that back up. Wait. Where'd it go? Green herb. There's no combined herb. Really? What did that do? Whatever. Combined with... Oh, in her fucking inventory? Why are you so special, Claire? Oh, Jimmy and the pulsating mass. There's like a pervy joke there somewhere. Oh shit, I almost spilled my beer. That's my OF channel. Thank you, Dry. Thank you. Son of a bitch, you did it. That crazy son of a bitch figured it out. That's a joke there, but it's a real game. Explain it to me. What's the elevator pitch? I never heard of it. Claire, you dumbass! Oh my god, you bitch. Oh my god. Alright. That's what you get. That's what you fucking get for not kicking him. Claire, please. Oh my god, I'll do it my fucking self, Claire. Oh. Thank you. Where's the fucking piggy? Damn it, that was a waste. Oh shit. Fire. Also, not an RPG, but pseudo regalia is my for Joey pick. Can you DM that to me so I don't forget it? If it's honestly your Joey pick, I'll take it seriously. I'll look into it. What's a pseudo regalia? Retro themed 3D Retroidvania. Oh wait, is this the one that kind of looks like an N64 game? I might know that one. Uh-oh. Get the rat dog. Rat dog. Rat dog. Alone in the world with little rat dog. Pass. Use. No, don't combine. Use. Yeah. Okay. DM it to me so I don't forget though, because I will forget if you don't. I'll look at my DMs and be like, oh yeah, and I'll Google it. I'll check it out on Steam. But if you want me to stream it, I can definitely add it to my list. Oh yeah, we're going this way. Also, Claire kind of thick, and then let me keep. Look, oh shit! Look at that. I would have walked away from a bottle. Message. I don't mind either way, but it's a short game if you want one off non-RE stream. Dude, I'm actually looking for something like that. Like I was telling Jay today, I am considering doing a one-off or two-off, depending on how long it takes, for my birthday on Thursday. So if it looks like a Joey game, I'll probably stream it. Cause like I was asking, I was like, should I find a one-off or should I just keep my RE thing going? Wrong button. Oh, we're good, we're good. Hey, Natalia! I know you! Oh wait, don't go away. Don't touch that dial.
It's that girl.
I was thinking about doing Darkwood again on stream again. Dude, that was fun to watch. I never really, like I was always interested in it, but watching you play it, like I get it, you know? And I was kind of like discovering it a bit, watching you play. And that game's actually very fucking tense. Like the whole like fog of war or like line of sight mechanic is just brilliant. Because like you have your little safe house thing and you hear a window break and I'm like, you're in the house. Like it was really intense. It was really intense. I got better at the game and better at streaming since then. I think you're a good streamer, man. You are 100% fun to watch. Wait, how do I get in there though? That's locked. Can I? This is locked. Can I? Oh wait, Natalia. I'm gonna go back and bug that little girl. Or is this is actually? I followed her, right? Didn't I not? Yeah, I did. This is where she was. Natalia, open the fucking door. Natalia! like I said, I think my favorite thing about your streams is just you have knowledge of just a lot of indie games, and it's fun kind of discovering them. Like that one Slap game, that was fun to watch. That's a huge bitch. Oh shit. Best Joey pick ever was the part prototype. That one scared the shit out of me. But also that's one of my favorite clips. Cause like even in the clip you can see me go, uh-oh, cause I saw it load. Like I'm walking down those steps or down the hall and then it hiccups for a second and I'm like, something loaded. Like something's happening. And then like that guy runs across. That scared the shit out of me. Probably the only time I've seen you get legit scared. That legit scared me, and then I have a legit scare when I was playing Silent Hill, the silent message, quiet message, the something message, the free one. That one actually has a very real jump scare. And then even though I laugh it off, there was one for real jump scare in Resident Evil 2 when I was playing that in VR. It was when I got grabbed from like the corner. Like I'm like, ah! And then I laugh it off. I'm like, fuck, that got me. Because like, oh, it's kind of fun getting scared, you know. But that one was real. So there's been a few, but I think the part is probably the most horrifying one. Fuck. The part was a good recommendation too. Dude, if you get more stuff like that, that's like genuinely scary. But also keep in mind, I suck at puzzles. So something like, I think maybe I could do the Mortuary's Assistant, but there's that other one. I forget what, Visage? I think I'm too stupid for that one. I might be too stupid for Visage. That guy's games are all pretty intense. I'll definitely look more into it then. Are they all on, itch.io? Fuck! Claire? You fucking Claire. Alright, finally. Got him. I think so. N4BA is the dev. I didn't realize, well, I should have known that they make more shit. So I'll definitely look into that. Like, I'll look at their page and see what's up.
Claire, thanks.
Oh, thanks, bitch. What was that? Was that a tourniquet, or are you just tapping me to make me feel better? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Wait, there should be orange somewhere. What the fuck? Okay. Oh, nice. Hi. Sapphire. I got the EA for EA. Got the EA early access for SCP 5K. It looks pretty scary, but you need a group. What is that? Is that one of those like kind of extraction kind of things? Is he gonna explode? Okay, this guy scares me. When I see EA, I think of Electronic Arts, especially capped like that. But I see what you mean. It's early access. Uh-oh. Cool. Same thing happens to me every Thanksgiving. I get it, bro. I get it. For real happens to the best of them. Human trip, dog. Tactical FPS horror game. How do I get early access? Dear Diary. Mock experiment rules. Results. Fuck, I can't read. 8th of November 2009. The latest mock moved us even closer to the real test. It's on Steam. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. How much is it? This time 11 candidates were, because I'll play with you, Jay, and Dry, Cyber, whoever. $20. I could do that. Do you guys like it? Do you guys play it? This time 11 candidates were fitted with the sensor bracelets, then subjected to extreme emotional stress for varying lengths of time. Results: 3 died immediately. The remaining 8 eventually mutated at some point and were disposed of. The trial ended with none of the subs overcoming their fear. I haven't played it. Man, I get paid at like midnight. $20. I could do that. I mean, I could probably do it right now. I'm just being cheap. Well, I'm also playing. But yeah, dude, if you're serious, I'll play with you. I see it. Let me get it. Let me get it. Oh, there, I got something for you. Oh shit, my chair scared me. I need a chair that doesn't like creak, crack. It scares me. I barely played it. It says 1 to 4 players, but as a single player, it's not good. I mean, that's what I imagine with stuff like, what was it, Nuclear Nightmare? That was actually kind of fun, that one time I played with you guys. But I can see that being solo, being a fucking piece of shit. But like with a friend? Friends? Yeah.
It doesn't stay open long.
Oh. If I run, will it work? Nope. Can I?
Stay there.
Okay.
Roger.
I could do this. Don't tell my mom I fed my stepsister is on sale right now. What is that? What is that? Moira, I said stay here. Or did I tell Claire to stay there? Alright, hold on. Claire has the guns, so she's gonna stay here. Bitch.
Stay there.
Stay.
Roger.
Stay. Claire, stay. I've done this puzzle before. Also in Resident Evil 0. Alright, it's closed. But I'm gonna have to open the door or whatever. Open the door. Inherit a failing motel and find your flirty stepsis already living there. Manage repairs, cook breakfast, and navigate a month of spicy tension. Tough choices and adult moments. Can you save the motel and bond with your Billy? Best game ever. Oh, okay. No. Pushing it. Back in that boy. Perfect. Oh yeah.
Follow me.
Follow me.
On my way.
I should stream Oddworld one of these days. That's a fun game. Any Oddworld fans out here? Oh! Fuck. Claire, you okay? I panicked so hard right there. Shit. Hold on. Alright, you're good, baby. Never played it? Oddworld's cool. Oddworld's kind of a short game. I think I need to check how long that one is, but that actually might be a candidate for a one-off stream one of these days. It's got like this kind of cool, cutesy, creepy vibe to it. It's like one of those kind of like cinematic platformers. I think that's what they call it. And it's a PlayStation staple. Abe's a great character, and I like the lore of that world. It's cool. I actually recommend it. If you're ever interested in like a 2D, and it's not like a platformer like Mario. It's one of those ones where like, you know, you gotta like move a space, grab the ledge, you know, kind of like the early, like the first 2 Prince of Persia games, but with a twist where it's like you're saving like what's effectively a slave race of like Mudokons, which are like, okay, I can go into the lore, but it's really cool. Like, you play as Abe, who's like a janitor for like this corporation, and they make like food, you know? They're basically banquet. And then they're like, there's a new product on the line. And they're like, oh, this is the shit. This is the new one. Then you find out it's made of Mudokons, which is the Abe's race. So you go on a quest to kind of like save them. Top review. Busted a nut about 3 times. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. I would love to see more of Chloe, but stepsister definitely got fed at the end. Damn. Oh, so this is an adult game. See, I thought it was just like kind of jokey, like some like Leisure Suit Larry shit, but no, they mean it. How much is it on sale for? Jay Conkers wrote that review. I can see that actually. Scatter. Ooh, that might be good for the shotgun, right? Quick load, firing rate. Get rid of the firing rate. I don't need. What does scatter do? Parts for shotgun to expand the blast area, make it easy. Okay, yeah. 100% of cuz. And then honestly, firing rate. Ooh, let's give you firing rate 2, and let's give you firing rate 1. Then you're oh, you won't take it. You ain't gonna take it. All right, that's fine. Ah, all right, and then you just won't. All right, I'll wait for another gun then. Fine, be that way, bitch.
Where'd she run off to?
Oh no, Pedro, I miss you and your drill. Well, okay. Got my flashlight ready. Wrong button. Oh shit, I knew it! I fucking knew it! I knew it! Ah! Get off her! Nice. Use Morse crowbar to defeat 50 enemies in the command. 50? That was it? I felt like I've done more, but okay, I'm only in the 2nd chapter. Oh boy. Oh, are we playing tonight? What are you guys playing? Division 2?
Hey, wait up!
Of course, nice. I'm glad you guys like that so much. It's nice to have like that game. Like growing up, me and my buddies, it was Halo 3, Gears of War, of course. Oh dude, Star Wars Battlefront, like the first ones, like 1 and 2, that was like our shit. In fact, I miss my friends that I used to play that with. For real. On God, no cap, straight bussin'. Honestly, it's gonna be one of those games that I play so much that it will burn me out. It happens.
Wait, it's okay.
But then we move on to the next game.
What's your name?
So I'm okay with finishing it and dropping for Breakpoint because that's what's up. Is Breakpoint good? Is Breakpoint like Wildlands? Because I really like Wildlands.
I know I am.
I have no idea. Do you guys need a third?
We're like sisters. Everything.
It's supposed to be better than Wildlands. I heard that one added some subtle RPG shit to it. No? You're more than welcome to join us. Is it on? I'll grab it. I'll probably grab it. Yeah. Let me know when you guys are playing that and I'll hop on. Because I had fun with Wildlands. And it's just hanging out. Like I have no interest in like beating it. It's just like hanging out. Yeah, one of those games you can drop it out. Exactly. But don't expect any of us to wait for you to play it. Oh yeah, dude. No, I'm not like that.
You managed to stay away from the monsters all by yourself?
I'm trying to impose, okay?
You're a brave girl, but this will all be over soon.
Listen, there's a bad lady in the tower out there. Once we take her out, we can all leave the island together.
Once we fucking kill her? Jay's like that, and then he hates us playing with us. Oh, he's like, hey, don't play without me. And then you play with him, and then you're like, he's just a dick the whole time. That's actually kind of funny.
Moira,
shit.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, another one of those.
I had something. It's not the same, but what happened was, and this is it's not a story, but it does trigger me. I was so fucking mad at my fucking roommates. So Solo 101 and Dead Wolf were my roommates at one point. We all had Vitas, and we all played the shit out of PlayStation Vita. Where's mine? It's over there on my late night coffee table. But I think it was Solid. He was like, hey man, yeah, dude, there's this game out called Freedom Wars. We should all play it. Joey, get it, and we'll play with you. Joey, get it? I promise. I'll play with you if you get it. I get it. Nobody played with me. I was like, hey, you guys want to play fucking Freedom Wars? No, not right now. Fucking, hey, how about now? Do you guys want to play today? No. You guys want to play tomorrow? Maybe. So I started playing on my own, and I played maybe 5 hours. That's fine. 5 to 10 hours. And then I had told them about it, and they're like, oh, well, now we can't play because you're ahead of us. I'm like, you motherfuckers! I hated them so much. We played like 3 games where Jay literally said, I like the game, I just don't like playing with you. What a dick! That's fucked up. Jay's like that. He hates playing with us. To be fair, the way Paul and I play is like definitely retarded. Paul and I play like 2 kids with ADHD. I don't think I have ADHD, but I don't know. I like playing with you guys. You guys are fun. Like I said, I'm there just for like the vibes of hanging out. I had a lot of fun playing Wildlands with you. Oh, fuck him. So Joey over Jay. Dry and I sometimes go full autism on these games. Paul and I like, I mean, I don't know, you guys make it sound like it's a bad thing. I guess you're fine. I don't know. I can't imagine hating playing with you guys. You guys are fun and funny. And I like being included. So, I heard Jay was kind of pissy that we actually played Nuclear Nightmare without him. Would he have been a dick about that too? Like if he played with us, would he be like, I hate playing with you guys? Because then what do you do with that information? I like to build grind on Div 2. We'll be like, I need this one set of gloves. Let's grind out a tower 3 hours a day for a solid week. Joey, if you got the Division 2, I wouldn't mind starting over on a new character. I want to do Nuclear Nightmare again so bad. I would like to play Nuclear Nightmare again. I don't have Division 2, but I can get it. And I feel bad. Like, do you have to start over or do I have to catch up? Like, is there like a level gap that they have to be like within 5 levels or something to play with you guys? Is that how that works? Oh, I thought I had more. Fuck, Claire's hurt. Should I just give her the fucking herb? I should give her the herb. Here you go. Wait. Did I use it? Oh, no, I was in her inventory and I used it. Oh, I like that, actually. I can just go in her pocket and be like, herb. Tell your boy Cyber like to get a PC. Technically, you don't have to start over. I wouldn't want you to start a new character. I mean, that's a lot of time, right? The game will buff the lowest level player to make him on par with the highest level. So if it does a balance, then that's fine. Right? Or does it not feel right? Because if it does that auto scale thing, because I know it's RPG, isn't it? Like you shoot people, like numbers fall off. You hit them with the face with a shotgun. It's like 25, rather than just dying. Something like that, right? Just so long as all of our new characters are still Asian. Wait, what? That's funny. Yeah, we have to pick a theme. I'm gonna be a black guy. Can I be light skinned? Wait, why am I so close? This is fucked up. Wait. Okay. Fucking fucker. Oh god. I hear explosions. What's happening over there? I'm scared to look. Claire? Okay.
Are you okay?
Oh god, Claire. What is happening?
Claire, thanks for that.
Thanks, bitch. Okay, he's dead. A black Asian? They exist. I'm a secret Asian man, like the song. A secret? Oh, that's funny, dude. God damn it. See, that's why I like playing with you guys. You have like this fucking... You guys got the frontal lobe humor. Oh, I stand on that. I thought I had to open drawers. Like the song. That's pretty good, dude. What is exploding over there? I got fucked up, man. Oh, Jesus.
Look out! This one's different. I can see that.
Oh, fuck. What is that? Oh my god. What do I do? God damn it. I'm feeling Hottie Hotline, by the way. I don't know what that means. Have you guys played Hotline Miami? God damn it. Combined with... Okay, I can make an exploding bobble. That's good. That's it. The dating app?
Oh, shit. Don't move until you can see.
Oh god. Okay. Claire. Okay. Sometimes she does it and it scares the shit out of me. Oh fuck, yeah, both. Both of them. Hold on, I'll read in the moment. Ah! Better get him. What? Still? That's the third one. He should be dead by now. This one should do it. Okay. And then let's lure out these motherfuckers over here. Let's get them. The Discord channel. Yeah, bring him over here because I don't want the big boss guy. Boss, the big boss. CQC. Drebin. Hey, come over here. Okay, that works too. Oh! Alright, never mind. I thought I was being clever.
Look out! This one's different! I can see that!
Oh boy. Oh shit, man. Ah! Ah! He's fast. Did I just shoot him? Do I even need Moira here? Does Moira do anything? Let's see. If I see steam come off him, nope. I don't think so. Oh god, this fire, no! You doing this right? He's too close. Fucking fuck. Get up. Claire, get up. Oh no. Okay, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Step bro, I'm stuck. Okay. Hey Moira, quit jumping in the fire, yeah? Fire. Alright. Alright, well. Yeah, I think I'll probably call it here. It's late, I have to pee. And, well, it's not late, but you know what I mean. It's been a 5-hour stream. That's a good. So we're gonna raid out. I'll pick this up Wednesday. Possibly early tomorrow, but we'll see. One moment. Who's live? Who we got? We got Pelf myself playing Undertale. We got Sonia Asahina playing Liza P. We got It's Lumi playing a Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Brixie's playing Helldivers. Yo, let's raid Brixie, yeah? Or Cyber's playing Digimon. Yeah, let's raid good night, chat. Good night, Dry. I'm gonna look into Division 2. or Breakpoint. I haven't played that one either. So whatever you guys prefer. I don't want to give Ubisoft so much of my money. All right, we're gonna raid Dead Wolf. It was his birthday 2 days ago. Bye, baby. Bye, Shoddy. All right, well, peace out, everybody. Mwah, mwah. You cute motherfucker. You're a fucking cute motherfucker. Yeah. You're cuter. I'll die on that hill. All right, everybody. Peace out. Have a good one. And nothing.